Chapter 1607. The melee uncontrollably broke out between Itazaki Yoshi, Itazaki Yuri, Robert King, Mai Shiranui, Kaori Fujito, Daimon Goro, Naito Onamaru, Kyo Kusaku, Iori Yagami, and Weiss and Mai Zhuo. The sound of fierce fighting, the eruption of powerful strength, and the sound and light effects produced by various sure-kill skills and special skills appeared in the entire stadium. Strong aftershocks of the battle spread out in all directions. Ah! Run! Help! After the initial shock, the audience, who had recovered from their shock, immediately put away their original intention of watching the show, and screamed with urgency mixed with panic as they rushed out of the stadium in disorder. Chaos instantly spread throughout the stadium. In this situation, trampling accidents, bruises, and other injuries could be seen everywhere. Everyone, please calm down and move out in an orderly manner. Seeing this situation, the kind-hearted Athena immediately rushed out of a special passage and used teleportation to transmit to a high platform that was not affected by the battle. She picked up a microphone that was still working and persuaded loudly. However, the audience, who was filled with panic at this time, would not listen to her nonsense. They were still scrambling to get in front, using the ugliest posture to squeeze their way out. Sing, use your voice to appease them. Just when Athena did not know what to do, Sei Ito's familiar voice sounded in her mind, softly comforting her. Sing? Is this useful? In the past, she had seen Sei Ito use this situation, so Athena, who was a little used to this situation, did not feel anything, but asked hesitantly. Of course, the ordinary singing method won't work. You have to use your mental power. Calm down, use your voice to guide your mental power, and convey your calm thoughts. Only in this way can they be appeased, Sei Ito explained. I understand, Athena, who understood the method, said firmly. Then, Athena took a deep breath to calm herself down completely, closed her eyes, and softly sang her favorite song. In an instant there was a soft and slow singing. It rang throughout the stadium, and then, along with the cameras and sound equipment that were still working, it turned into a signal and transmitted it to the audience around the world, who were watching all of this. At first, the effect of the song wasn't obvious. The audience, who were controlled by their fear, rushed out anxiously. But as time passed, the effect of Athena's singing, which had already penetrated the hearts of every audience member, finally appeared. It turned into a clear torrent, washing away the anxiety and panic in their hearts, making them calm down involuntarily. Apart from the audience, Ryo Itazaki, Kyo Kusanagi, Iori Yagami, Weiss, and Mai Zhuo were fighting. Along with Athena's appearance, Zhen Yuanzhai, Gue Kuanchong, and Chun-Li, who had a strong sense of justice, had also entered the fray. Their actions couldn't help but pause. However, Wei Si and Mai Zhuo quickly regained their senses and attacked while the others were still immersed in the song. In just a short moment, Shiba Ken Takashi and the originally injured Hanamaru were seriously injured and fell to the ground. They lost their ability to fight. Ryo Itazaki was kicked away, and Kaori Tendo had bleeding wounds on her body from Mai Zhuo. Athena, who was affected by the explosion of energy from their fierce battle, immediately paled and couldn't help but stop singing. But at this moment, a gentle, tender, and loving psychic power suddenly flowed into Athena's body, calming her psychic power that had been damaged by the shockwave. It helped her to continue singing. Done. Athena, who was singing but felt warm in her heart, softly called out in her mind. Come on, I'm right beside you. Sei Ito's thought sounded in Athena's mind. Aha! Athena softly replied. Below, the people who recovered from the influence of Athena's singing fell into a fierce battle again. Stop. But not long after, a clear voice suddenly rang out in the stadium, attracting everyone's attention. Then, a heroic-looking woman with long black hair walked out of the special passage. She was dressed in black trousers and a beige hunting outfit, and she had long black hair that cascaded down like a waterfall. She was one of the organizers of this competition, Chizuru Kagura. Behind her, one of the most powerful bosses in the entire underground world, Clauser, Geese, and Bald Piccolo, followed. Seeing Geese, King's expression changed, and he glanced at Mai Shiranui, who was bleeding from the corner of her mouth. On the other hand, Itazaki Ryo and Robert stared at Bald Piccolo with gloomy faces. They couldn't help it, this guy kidnapped Itazaki Yuri, and now that they met their enemy, they were naturally enraged. As for the fiercer Clauser, none of the people present seemed to have a grudge against him. At most, Chun-Li needed to monitor him. "You are?" Kyo Kusanagi frowned and asked as he vaguely sensed an aura similar to his from Chizuru Kagura. "My name is Chizuru Kagura, and I'm from the Kagura family. Like you and Noonan, I'm the heir of this generation." Chizuru Kagura looked at Kyo Kusanagi and introduced herself. "You're indeed a stinky woman from the Kagura family," Maijwa said with disgust. Hearing this, Chizuru Kagura turned her head and looked at Maijwa with cold murderous intent on her face. "What? You want to fight? Come on, I don't care if you join in," Maijwa provoked with disdain. "I'll see what you can do later," Chizuru Kagura said coldly. Then, she turned her head to Kyo Kusanagi and Iori Yagami and said seriously, "Iori Yagami, let go of your prejudice. The seal has been loosened, and the other members of the Orochi clan will awaken at any time. I need your strength." Needless to say, Seito, who was hiding in the dark, used a special method to record her words, convert them into signals, and send them to the world for everyone to see. Although the mission of the family is annoying, I can promise you that I'll help you complete the seal. But this guy doesn't look like he's willing to cooperate, Kyo Kusanagi said as he looked at Iori Yagami, who was standing not far away from him. "Iori," Chizuru Kagura turned her head and greeted Iori Yagami. "I told you that I'm not interested in the mission. I only have one goal, and that is to kill him." Iori Yagami glanced at Chizuru Kagura indifferently and then looked back at Kyo Kusanagi as he said coldly, "Iori." Chizuru Kagura raised her voice and shouted, "Stinky woman from the Kagura family," Iori said that he's not interested. "Don't waste your energy there," Maijwa said with a gloating expression. "Young man from the Yagami family, you have to choose the right time to fight. We're facing the great crisis of the world's destruction, and it's not the time for you to act on impulse," Zhen Yuanzai, who was emitting a heavy pressure, advised with a serious expression. "Old man, you have no right to speak here." Wei Si turned her head to Zhen Yuanzai and said with a fierce look in her eyes, "Little girl, don't be so hot-tempered. It'll affect your skin." Zhen Yuanzai's expression changed, and he teased with a smile, not at all frightened by Wei Si's threat. "Old man, you're courting death." Wei Si released her dark power and got into an attacking posture. However, at this moment, Iori Yagami frowned slightly as he thought about Zhen Yuanzai's suggestion. "Iori, Master Zhen is right. If you want to fight, you can wait until this matter is over. It's not the time for us to act on impulse," Kyo Kusanagi said in a righteous manner. "Yeah, Iori. I can promise you that after this matter is over, I'll take Iori to find you and let you finish the duel," Chizuru Kagura said while the iron was hot. Iori Yagami's expression changed slightly as if he was going to agree. "Well." After thinking for a moment, Iori Yagami opened his mouth and was about to say something. However, at this moment, a gust of wind suddenly blew from the horizon and landed in the stadium, blowing and wreaking havoc in the huge stadium. Then, the gust of wind dispersed, and Gao Nitz, who was wearing a blue priest outfit that looked like a long windbreaker and had a black shoulder patch, appeared in the stadium with a Bible whose cover was torn. "It's you!" Seeing Gao Nitz, Kyo Kusanagi immediately yelled with a gloomy expression. This was because Gao Nitz had attacked Kyo Kusanagi before the start of this conference and casually blocked Kirito Orochimaru's sure-kill technique, which he had been practicing for a long time, giving him a heavier blow than when Seito defeated him. After all, Kyo Kusanagi was defeated by Seito before he could use his sure-kill technique, so he didn't think that his sure-kill technique would lose to Saito's. In addition, Gao Nitz had said after defeating him, "You're so weak that you're not even worthy of being killed by me. Your godly artifact clan is getting weaker and weaker." Such words of extreme contempt, even if it was spoken by an ordinary person, would incite boundless anger, not to mention that he was from a prestigious family. He had always had a smooth sailing life, so he was even more furious. He couldn't wait to find Gao Nitz and ruthlessly teach him a lesson. On the other hand, the others all looked at Gao Nitz, who had suddenly appeared with a grim expression. Obviously, he felt a heavy pressure from him. Gao Nitz. Mai Zhuo and Wei Si's expressions changed as they greeted him formally. After all, although they were all part of the Elite Eight, Gao Nitz was the leader of the Elite Eight and could communicate with my master at any time. He was much more honorable than ordinary people like them. In addition, he possessed great strength and had some tricks up his sleeve. Apart from Yuzong, the two of them could not treat him with a perfunctory attitude. Iori Yagami, do you really think that you're the descendant of a godly artifact? Ignoring Wei Si and Mai Zhuo's greetings, Gao Nitz turned his head and looked at Iori Yagami, who had a cool expression on his face. Chapter 1608. P.S. Thank you to Love's Instant for your precious monthly vote. Thank you to Instant Potato and NXCX for their tip. What do you want to say? Iori Yagami stared at Gao Nitz coldly and asked, "Since you believe that you're the descendant of a godly artifact, why is your surname Yagami instead of your original surname, Yakata?" Gao Nitz looked back at Iori Yagami with an unfathomable smile and asked with a question. Iori Yagami frowned, and a grim look flashed across his face. If this question was asked by someone who wasn't one of the 8 heroes, Iori Yagami wouldn't have paid much attention to it. After all, which family didn't have a history of changing their surname? Even the Yagami family changed their surname to Kagura because they wanted to live in seclusion. However, the person who asked this question was none other than Gao Nitz, the leader of the 8 heroes, which made Iori Yagami hesitate about the broken chapters in his family history that he had read when he was young. In those broken chapters, the reason why his family changed their surname was vaguely omitted. By the way, do you remember what happened in the last King of Fighters tournament 1 year ago? Gao Nitz asked with a smile on his face. The moment he said that, Iori Yagami didn't say anything, but the fighters who had participated in the last King of Fighters tournament and witnessed Iori Yagami's blood rampage changed their expressions and looked at Iori Yagami, who was confronting Kyo Kusanagi in the middle with suspicion. "Yagami!" Kyo Kusanagi, who had also recalled that scene, yelled with a frown. Chizuru Kagura's face fell, and a bad feeling arose in her heart. "That power. It was given to you by our lord, your father," Gao Nitz said in a low voice. Iori Yagami's eyes flickered, and no one knew what he was thinking. "So, Iori Yagami, you're not the descendant of a godly artifact. Instead, you're one of our people, the son of our lord, the prince of the 8 heroes, and a glorious son of God." Gao Nitz reached out his hand and said in an inviting manner, "That's right. That's why Vivian and I came to you." At this moment, Mai Zhuo's voice sounded. Mai agreed. "Iori Yagami, you're our prince," Vivian said without turning her head, with a wild smile on her face. "Nunnery. Don't listen to their nonsense. Have you forgotten about the divine weapon in your body? If you are the so-called prince that they speak of, why would the artifact choose you to be its host?" Seeing that everyone was getting more and more suspicious of Iori Yagami asked. Even Iori Yagami himself, Chizuru Kagura, who had doubts about his identity, immediately retorted from the perspective of a divine artifact. "You should know that the power of the divine weapon and the serpent are always relative. Since the artifact chose you, you can't be that prince. My lord's mighty power is not something that you descendants of traitors can understand." Gao Nitz sneered with disdain. All of a sudden, everyone's attention was focused on the silent Iori Yagami. I've said it before, whether it's the family mission or the prince that you're talking about, it has nothing to do with me. I only have one goal, and that is to complete the mission with the Kusanagi family. After a while, Iori Yagami looked around with a cold and arrogant expression and said in an indifferent and prideful tone. In this way, the topic returned to the initial stage. No matter what you choose, you still have the blood of my lord in your body, and you have the power of the serpent family. You're our prince, and this will never change. Gaunitz lowered his arm and said lightly. Then, he turned to look at the others and continued, however, we can talk about this later. For now, let's get rid of these annoying flies and offer sacrifices for the resurrection of my lord. As soon as he finished speaking, a powerful dark power spread out from Gaunitz's body, stirring up the surrounding air and forming tornadoes that were as thick as a human body. The tornadoes swirled wantonly in the dilapidated stadium, sweeping away the dust and the surrounding ordinary spectators who were unable to escape in time, or who were injured due to the chaos from before. They were either tossed into the air or torn into pieces on the spot. Stop him! Chizuru Kagura yelled. Almost as soon as she said that, Itazaki Ryo, Robert, King, Mai Shiranui, and Zenjenzai and Chuanli, who could still move, rushed toward Gaunitz. Gaunitz didn't move. He raised his right hand, and a tornado suddenly appeared in the middle of Itazaki Ryo and the others, sending them flying with a powerful suction force. Wrist electricity, vacuum wave. Then, Wei Si and Maizhua followed up and launched a surprise attack while they were still unsteady. With just one surprise attack, Mai Shiranui and Robert were seriously injured one after another and fell heavily to the ground beside them. Then, Wei Si and Maizhua turned around and found Itazaki Ryo and King, who were closest to them. Kyo, leave this to me. You go and deal with that guy. At this moment, Daimon Goro walked to Kyo Kusanagi, who was confronting Iori Yagami, and said to him with narrowed eyes. Kyo Kusanagi looked at Daimon Goro and then at Iori Yagami before nodding. I'll leave it to you. Then, Kyo Kusanagi turned around and dashed toward Gaunitz. Stop! Seeing that Kyo Kusanagi was about to run, Iori Yagami yelled in a low voice and chased after him. I told you that I'm your opponent. Daimon Goro pushed Iori Yagami with his palm and yelled in a deep voice. Kurokes! Iori Yagami, who was stopped, spun around and jumped up, creating a weird blue flame that burned toward Daimon Goro. Daimon Goro tensed up and used his quick body technique. Then, when Iori Yagami finished casting his skill, he grabbed Iori Yagami's legs and slammed him to the ground. Bam! Iori Yagami hit the ground hard. Seizing this opportunity, Kyo Kusanagi, Chizuru Kagura, Zenjenzai, and Chuanli got rid of Iori Yagami. In addition, Klaus and Piccolo, who thought they were the best in the world, and the cunning guys surrounded Gaunitz. A worthless heir of a godly artifact, an annoying witch, a mysterious old man, a pretty girl, a loser, and two small fries. What a strange combination. Gaunitz glanced at the people around him and said, Is this the helper you chose, witch? Finally, Gaunitz's gaze fell on Chizuru Kagura's face. Chizuru Kagura didn't answer. Gaunitz, who are you calling a loser? Klaus asked with a gloomy face. In fact, Klaus was the most powerful person in Team Boss, and even guys knew that. After all, when he had just achieved great success in his martial arts, he had challenged Klaus arrogantly. However, he was defeated by Klaus in 2 moves. However, in the end, he was easily defeated in 2 moves. Therefore, even though he didn't get along with Klaus on the surface, Guys wasn't confident that he could win if he were to clash with Klaus. However, even though Klaus was so powerful, when he went out to cultivate, he was easily defeated by Gaunitz, who he met along the way. Although it didn't leave him with any psychological trauma, he still couldn't improve his level. As a result, he couldn't improve his combat skills, but he had always treated it as a humiliation in his heart. He always wanted to find an opportunity to get back at Gao Nit. Isn't that the case? Gao Nitz asked calmly. Then I'll show you. Is it true or not? While speaking, Klaus raised his hands and straightened his body, releasing a powerful energy aura. In the next second, he clasped his hands in front of his body and released a huge energy wave with a diameter of 1.5 meters. Caesar wave. Gaunit's figure flickered, and a gust of wind blew as he disappeared from where he stood. Then, he reappeared in front of Claus. His hand was like a hook as he grabbed Claw's skull. Darkness energy erupted from his body as he unleashed a sure kill skill. Sure kill skill or dark cry. In an instant, a thick tornado rose from the ground and engulfed Klaus' body. A large amount of dark energy and wind turned into sharp wind blades that cut into Klauser's body, creating many bone-deep gashes on his body that were corroded by the dark energy. 3 seconds later, the tornado dissipated, revealing Klaus, who was covered in blood. Plop! Gao Nitz threw the seriously injured Klaus aside, as if he was throwing garbage. Looking at Klaus' injuries, a strong sense of déjà vu surged in her heart, making Chizuru Kagura's expression instantly become gloomy. Then, she turned her head to look at Gao Nitz, who seemed to have done something insignificant, and asked in a suppressed voice, "Did you kill my sister?" Hearing this, Gao Nitz looked at Lucienha strangely, but he didn't intend to hide this matter, so he simply nodded and admitted, "Yes. It's just that I didn't expect the Yamagata family to have a witch in this era. If I had known about your existence, I would have killed you as well." "I'm going to kill you." After receiving confirmation, Chizuru Kagura's aura exploded, and her face was full of murderous intent. "It seems that you and your sister have a deep relationship. Just in time, I can send you to see her." Gao Nitz said lightly, "Connect them together." Speaking of this, Gao Nitz turned his eyes to the others. "Everyone, attack together, don't give him a chance to kill us one by one." The experienced Zhen Yuanzai said with a serious face. "Yes," Chun-Li responded. Kyo Kusanagi nodded slightly, indicating that he understood. In addition to the two of them, Guise and Bald Piccolo had their own plans, and Chizuru Kagura was filled with anger, so they ignored Zhen Yuanzai's words. "Forget it, let's go." Zhen Yuanzai, who knew that he didn't have enough face, shook his head slightly and shouted. Then, Zhen Yuanzai rolled on the ground and used a move from the drunken fist to roll in front of Gao Nitz, then raised his fist and punched at Gao Nitz's lower body. Well, although Gao Nitz was the leader of the 4 heavenly kings, that referred to the soul, his body was still the same as a human's, so if this hit really hit him, as a man, he wouldn't feel good. So Gao Nitz slightly leaned his body and blocked Zhen Yuanzai's drunken fist with his thigh. But at this moment, Zhen Yuanzai's aura exploded, and he suddenly opened his mouth and spat a thick pillar of fire at Gao Nitz's face. Gao Nitz turned his face away to prevent himself from getting injured, but this way, his vision was obstructed. At this time, the sky darkened, and a meteor-like fireball quickly rushed toward Gao Nitz's body. It was Athena's ultimate skill, Phoenix Arrow. Since calming down the chaotic crowd, Athena, who had not participated in the melee, cleverly cooperated with her master Zhen Yuanzai's attack rhythm and launched a siege on Gao Nitz when most people ignored her existence. In an instant, the fireball fell rapidly and bombarded Gao Nitz's body, and the moment it landed, it kicked his abdomen, causing Gao Nitz to stagger backward. Immediately after, however, another powerful aura erupted. Then, Chun-Li, who had appeared behind Gao Nitz at an unknown time, raised her right leg. Bringing about an afterimage, she kicked Gao Nitz's body. 100 violent kick. For a time, a rapid muffled sound echoed throughout the stadium. After 3 seconds, Chun-Li's 100 splits kick was cast. But at this time, Chun-Li's attack still didn't stop. She retracted her leg, turned around, and kicked Gao Nitz's body away. Then, Chun-Li's aura burst out again. She flipped over and jumped up headfirst. Her legs opened and closed, spinning at high speed like a helicopter's propeller. Spinning Dance Circle. It's just that this time, Spinning Dance Circle is different from the previous Spinning Dance Circle, but it's an improved Rising Heaven kick. Under Chunli's high-speed spinning kick, Gao Nitz's body was kicked into the air, and under Chunli's last kick, Gao Nitz flew a short distance again. Until then, Chunli's attack was completed, and she turned over and fell to the ground. It's now! Zhen Yuanzai shouted. Under Zhen Yuanzai's instructions, Kyo Kusanagi quickly burst out his power and released Orochimaru in advance, and controlled it to not burst out for the time being. In addition, Geese also rushed to the side for some reason, and he was ready to use his big move at any time. In the preparation of the two, Gao Nitz finally fell from the sky. Orochimaru! Battle Energy Storm! Just at the moment when Gaunitz fell between Kyo Kusanagi and Giz, the two of them shouted in unison, and released the Do-Chi storm that they had prepared earlier. A red-hot flame and battle energy formed into a chaotic blade instantly gushed out, bombarding Gao Nitz's body together. Boom! Hearing this explosion, in the stadium, whether it was Itazaki Ryo, King, or the others who were struggling to fight Wei Si and Mai Zhua, or Daimon Goro who was desperately blocking Iori Yagami, or those who were seriously injured and had lost their combat power, all of them focused their attention on Gao Nitz, who was wrapped in flames, looking forward to the result they wanted. Chapter 1609. Did it work? This question surged in everyone's mind. Fortunately, the flame didn't last long, and soon, the answer everyone was looking forward to was revealed. At this time, a whirlwind rose from the foot of the fireball, blowing away the flame, revealing Gao Nitz, who had not changed at all except for some tattered clothes and some dirty black ash marks on his face. How is that possible? That's a 5-person attack. Seeing Gao Nitz, who was almost in perfect condition, everyone's hearts were filled with disbelief. That's right, a sure kill attack from 5 people. If this happened to any one of them, even if they didn't die on the spot, they would at least die for a moment. However, the other party was fine. Other than his clothes being torn and his face turning black, he didn't seem to have any injuries at all. Is the gap between them and the 8 heroes so big? Are they destined to be wiped out? Very good cooperation. To be honest, you guys surprised me a little. Gao Nitz patted the dust on his clothes and said lightly. Surprised? What's more surprising is here. Just as Gao Nitz's voice fell, an arrogant voice suddenly came from behind him. Then, bald Piccolo, wearing a black coat with a fur collar, sunglasses, and holding 2 short sticks quickly rushed to Gao Nitz's back. The 2 sticks were like beating drums as they quickly hit Gao Nitz's body. Gao Nitz's figure flashed and appeared behind bald Piccolo. He stretched his hand forward, and a series of rapidly flashing energy blades quickly appeared and slashed the defenseless bald Piccolo's back. Wrist attack, obliterate. Under the impact of the obliterate attack, bald Piccolo, whose back was cut open, immediately staggered and took a few steps forward. However, before he could stand firm, a tornado instantly rose from under bald Piccolo's feet and swept him into the sky. Wrist attack, vacuum wave. Plop. The tornado only lasted for a second before it was extinguished, causing bald Piccolo to fall heavily to the ground. It seems that you don't want to communicate with me. Well then, let us fight for each other's belief. Gao Nitz's eyes were full of strong killing intent that could not be hidden, and his voice was cold and emotionless. With that, Gao Nitz raised his wrist. Several tornadoes rose from beneath Zenjenzai, Chun-Li, Athena, Jis, Piccolo, Kyo Kusanagi, and Chizuru Kagura. It swept towards them. Fortunately, everyone was somewhat familiar with his movements, so they instinctively took precautions. Therefore, other than the fine wounds on their bodies that were blown by the tornado, they were fine. It didn't cause them much harm. But in the next moment, Gao Nitz's figure suddenly appeared in front of Zhen Yuanzhai. His palm was like a hook, and from the bottom to the top of Zhen Yuanzhai's body, he made 5 deep, finger-sized wounds. Then, he grabbed Zhen Yuanzhai's neck and lifted him up high. He used his power to suppress the blood circulation in Zhen Yuanzhai's body, causing more blood to gush out from the wound he created. Then, seeing that the others were about to surround him, Gao Nitz threw the Zhen Yuan house to Athena, who was the closest to him. Dark cast. Athena stretched her arm forward, turned her spiritual power into an invisible support wall, caught Zhen Yuanzhai's body, and gently put him on the ground. Master! Athena looked at Zhen Yuanzhai, whose chest was bleeding, and shouted anxiously. I'm fine, you go help the others. Zhen Yuanzhai, who struggled to sit up from the ground, ordered Athena weakly while using the blood-severing technique. Hearing this, Athena showed a hesitant look on her face. Go, your master won't die so easily. Zhen Yuanzhai picked up the wine gourd at his waist, raised his head, and took a sip and smiled. All right then. Master, please be careful. Seeing that Zhen Yuanzhai's attitude was determined, Athena didn't say anything else and rushed to Gao Nitz. However, at this time, Gao Nitz had already severely injured Chun-Li and Bald Piccolo while she was talking to Zhen Yuanzhai. He was using the Shinhachi Nado to deal with guys. Under Gaunitz's attacks, blood spurted out from Gaunitz's chest, making him look like a bloody person. Bang! Finally, Gao Nitz threw Guys, who was bleeding heavily, to the ground. Now, only Athena, Kyo Kusanagi, Chizuru Kagura, and Iori Yagami were left fighting in the stadium. As for Itazaki Yoshi and King, they were already heavily injured under the tacit cooperation of Weiss and Mai Zhuo. If they weren't careful, they would be in danger of dying. Gao Nitz glanced at Kyo Kusanagi and Chizuru Kagura, then looked at Athena. Athena's expression changed when she saw Gao Nitz looking at her. She didn't even think about it before sending a mental force ball towards Gao Nitz. Gao Nitz used Glacier and appeared in front of Athena as if he had teleported. He turned around and launched Wrist Lightning, Annihilation. Athena crossed her arms in front of her and was ready to receive the attack. Bang, 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 bang. Then, a series of muffled noises sounded in front of Athena. Gao Nitz, who felt a little strange, raised his eyebrows and let out a soft groan. The reason was simple. Athena, who crossed her arms, used the spiritual power barrier skill that she had trained in Sei Ito Waterfall to block Gao Nitz's attack. Although the dark energy contained in the attack didn't make her feel good, and her face was a little pale then, Athena separated her arms and used her sure kill skill, Flash Crystal Wave. 2 blue spiritual power balls that were revolving around her like small satellites kept bombarding Gaunet. Gao Nitz bent one arm and used the dark energy wrapped around his body to block the attack. Then, when Athena's sure kill skill ended, he grabbed her head and used his sure kill skill, Dark Cry. A huge tornado filled with the power of darkness rose from beneath Athena's feet, bringing with it a large number of sharp wind blades that cut into her body. Puff, 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 puff. Wounds appeared on Athena's body one after another. 3 seconds later, the sure kill skill ended. Gao Nitz tossed Athena, whose face was pale, her clothes torn, and her body covered in blood, away like a piece of trash. Plop. Now, it's your turn. Gao Nitz, who took care of all the small fries, turned around and looked at Kyo Kusanagi and Chizuru Kagura, who he deliberately left behind. Kyo Kusanagi and Chizuru Kagura looked at each other and saw the seriousness in each other's eyes. Gaunitz walked towards the two of them step by step. Fight! Seeing Gao Nitz getting closer and closer, Kyo Kusanagi, who was under more and more pressure, roared and ran quickly. When he was close to Gao Nitz, he rolled to Gao Nitz's feet and kicked him. Gao Nitz jumped back and dodged the attack. But at this time, a shadow rushed out of Chizuru Kagura's body and quickly came in front of Gao Nitz. She opened her arms and swept Gao Nitz as if he was sweeping a table. 200 styles, blessings of lightning speed. Bang! Gao Nitz, who was hit in the leg, fell to the ground. Kyo Kusanagi waved his hand, and a flame rushed along the ground toward Gao Nit. Kodo Yeyang. Gao Nitz rolled to the side to avoid the flames. She then stood up and used Vacuum Wave to block Chizuru Kagura's and Kyo Kusanagi's attack. She then stood up and activated Burst, appearing in front of Kyo Kusanagi in an instant. Her hands formed into claws as she waved them around, creating wounds on Kyo Kusanagi's body that were spurting blood. Kyo! Chizuru Kagura shouted as she hurriedly turned around. Then, without any explanation, she sent another shadow clone towards Gao Nit. Gao Nitz retracted his hand and dodged the attack of Kyo Kusanagi and Chizuru Kagura, who were heavily injured. Then he waved his hand and used Annihilation on them. In an instant, blades of light formed from dark power cut toward Kyo Kusanagi and Chizuru Kagura. Both of them used chi to block the attack. After Gao Nitz finished casting Annihilation, he waved his hands and clawed at Chizuru Kagura. Chizuru Kagura still maintained her defensive posture and took the attack. On the other hand, Kyo Kusanagi saw an opportunity and quickly attacked with Sho Kagura. However, he was immediately sent flying by Gonit's sudden somersault kick. 100 lives, Kagura's law. Taking this opportunity, Chizuru Kagura created another shadow and jumped with open arms as if she was dancing. Gao Nitz was knocked back. But right after that, a tornado rose from below Chizuru Kagura, who was still in midair, and swept her even higher into the sky. After that, Gao Nitz ignored Chizuru Kagura and used Ice Age to appear in front of Kyo Kusanagi. She waved her claws and scratched 5 new wounds on Kyo Kusanagi's chest. Then, she grabbed Kyo Kusanagi's neck and used the power of darkness to force Kyo Kusanagi's blood to flow. 2 seconds later, she threw Kyo Kusanagi to the ground. Dark cast. Bang! Kyo Kusanagi and Chizuru Kagura rolled into a ball and rolled toward Iori Yagami. At this moment, Iori Yagami finally knocked Daimon Goro to the ground and got rid of him. Seeing that Kyo Kusanagi was covered in wounds and looked like he would die at any moment, Iori Yagami frowned. Obviously, he was very dissatisfied with the fact that his sworn enemy had turned into such a state. Iori. Chizuru Kagura got up and turned to look at Iori Yagami with a pleading expression. Chapter 1611. P.S. Thank you to Nickfany and Infernal Aristocrat for their precious monthly vote. Thank you to NXCX and Once So Handsome for their tip. Boom. After Yagami's brutal attack, Orakimi's flame light once again bombarded Gao Nitz's body. Gao Nitz spat out a mouthful of blood and flew backward under the influence of the divine artifact's power in his body. He didn't know if it was because he was stimulated by the divine artifact's power in Kira's attack or because of some other reason. Bam! Gao Nitz's body fell heavily to the ground. Plop! After completing Kira Kusanagi's attack, Kyo Kusanagi couldn't resist the double consumption of stamina and blood. He closed his eyes and fainted on the ground, leaving Iori Yagami and Chizuru Kagura panting to face Gao Nit. Gao Nitz! Weiss and Maijua exclaimed. However, as this cry rang out, an obvious flaw instantly appeared in their attacking movements. Jinyu and Zaizai and Daimon Goro, who wanted to stop them even though they were covered in wounds, seized the opportunity and counterattacked with drunken punches and judo skills. Bam! Bam! As expected, Weiss and Maijua were knocked to the ground. Cough, cough, cough. Gao Nitz covered his chest with one hand and half knelt on the ground, coughing in a low voice. After catching his breath, Gao Nitz looked at Iori Yagami and Chizuru Kagura coldly and said indifferently, "I didn't expect that I would be defeated by you weaklings who I thought weren't worth my time." "You deserve it," Chizuru Kagura retorted coldly. "Do you think he deserved it? Then, as the descendants of the rebellion, how are you going to prove your crimes?" Gao Nitz stood up slowly. He sneered. "Don't confuse us with you," Chizuru Kagura said with disdain. Gao Nitz smiled and didn't say anything. Then, He looked at Iori Yagami and said indifferently, Iori Yagami, no matter what, the fact that you're the prince of my clan can't be changed. So, in the end, let me give you the last gift with my life. After saying that, Gao Nitz ignored his injuries and raised his hands above his head to suppress the divine artifact in his body. Resistance. What little dark energy he had left in his body was completely unleashed as he unleashed his ultimate skill, True Hachi Girl, Target. In an instant Gao Nitz's figure flashed. Under the cover of a whirlwind that disappeared in a flash. He appeared in front of Iori Yagami as if he had teleported. He waved his arms. Iori Yagami's pupils contracted, and he also unleashed the power of Yagami maidens. He began to attack Garnet. In an instant, two beasts that seemed to have lost their rationality appeared in front of Chizuru Kagura's eyes. However, she didn't notice that when the two of them were fighting, a faint but increasingly obvious essence of power spread out from Gao Nitz's body. Part of it was blown away by the wind, and the other part was injected into Iori Yagami's body along with his attacks. Under the influence of this essence power, Iori Yagami's Yagami maidens became more and more powerful, and his eyes became crazier and crazier. At the same time, an evil aura was released from his body. Boom! A few seconds later, with the explosion of a mysterious purple flame, Gao Nitz's battered body was sent flying backward again. Huff, 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 huff! After finishing his attack, Iori Yagami lowered his head and panted rapidly like a wild beast. Iori? At this moment, Chizuru Kagura, who finally sensed the strange change in Iori Yagami, frowned and called out cautiously. Huff! Iori Yagami turned his head abruptly and looked at Chizuru Kagura with his crazed, scarlet eyes. Chizuru Kagura's expression changed, and she instinctively got into a defensive posture. However, before she could react, under the buff of the blood of madness, Iori Yagami, whose agility had increased by leaps and bounds, flashed behind her and grabbed her waist with his hook-like fingers. Reverse peel. Puff! In the splashing blood, Chizuru Kagura fell to the ground. Then, Iori Yagami turned his head again and searched for living creatures with his scarlet eyes. Soon, he saw Wei Si, Maijua, Athena, Chun-Li, Jinyuan Zaizai, and Daimon Goro, who were fighting with them. Then, Iori Yagami dashed into the battle circle of the 6 people and attacked them with absolute power. It was worth mentioning that the power that Iori Yagami used in his frenzied state was no longer the absolute power that he had comprehended before. Instead, it was the dark power that only the members of the Orochi clan could use. However, unlike the dark power of the real Orochi clan, Iori Yagami's dark power had a mysterious attribute. Although it reduced the power of the dark power, it was still many times more powerful than these grandmasters of combat who hadn't even comprehended the ultimate power. Naturally, Jinyuan Zaizai and Daimon Goro, who had been severely injured, were knocked to the ground by him and were on the verge of death. Although Chun-Li wasn't on the verge of death, her body was also badly burned by the dark purple flames. Her body was covered in scorch marks, and she couldn't move at all. Athena, on the other hand, was the least injured because she was protected by the mental barrier. Other than her pale face, which indicated that she had overexerted her mental strength, her external injuries were much better than before. Bastard! Wei Si, who had been knocked to the ground by Iori Yagami's sneak attack, stood up and cursed in fury. Then, she attacked Iori Yagami without hesitation. Seeing this, Maijua had no choice but to slide behind Iori Yagami and cooperate with Wei Si to attack Iori Yagami. However, at this moment, Iori Yagami's actions were all based on his beast instincts, and his reflexes were extremely fast. With the help of the blood of madness and the dark power, the ancient martial arts of the Yagami school were much more powerful than those of Wei Si and Maijua. Wei Si found it very difficult to deal with him. With such an obvious gap in strength, wounds appeared on Wei Si and Maijua's bodies uncontrollably. "Damned witch, are you still alive?" Mai Jua, who had been knocked back by Iori Yagami's hook attack, asked loudly without looking back. Even if you, vicious woman, die, I won't die. The pale-faced Chizuru Kagura stood up and replied coldly. It's good that you're not dead. Later, Wei Si and I will find a chance to restrict Iori Yagami's movements, and then you can seal him with your despicable sure-kill technique. Do you hear me? Mai Jua suggested. Puff. However, the moment she said that, Iori Yagami, who had suddenly appeared before her using ghostly steps, grabbed her neck and pressed her to the ground. Boom! Then, a ball of purple flames burst out and bombarded Mai Jua's body. Mai Jua! Wei Si yelled anxiously. Then, she tilted her body and viciously bumped into Iori Yagami's back with her shoulder. Bam! Iori Yagami staggered 2 steps forward from the impact. Then, Iori Yagami turned around. A crazy aura erupted from his body. He quickly slid back to Wei Si and released his sure-kill technique, Yagami Maidens. Instantly, Wei Si was pressed to the ground like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered before Iori Yagami, who was squatting beside her. Then, Iori Yagami, who looked like a psychopathic murderer, cut her open with his hands. Then, he seemed to have lost interest in her. He smashed his fist down viciously and instilled balls of violent flame energy into Wei Si's body. Boom! With only 1 round of attacks, Wei Si was severely injured. Her internal organs were full of cracks, and if she didn't end the battle and receive emergency treatment, she would probably die in this battle. However, Origami was too focused on the battle, and he ignored Mai Jua, who was beside him when he was destroying Wei Si. Therefore, the moment he was about to release his sure-kill technique, Mai Jua hugged his body tightly and restrained him to the ground. Damned witch! Now! Mai Jua yelled loudly. The basics of Yagami Maiden's skills. With a low yell, Chizuru Kagami quickly appeared behind Iori Yagami. She waved her hand and injected the power of the godly artifact into Iori Yagami's body. Bo! With a soft sound, Iori Yagami's expression froze and turned dull. In the next moment, a chaotic force erupted from Iori Yagami's body, forming a powerful shockwave that sent Chizuru Kagura and Mai Jua flying away. They didn't fall to the ground until they were 4 to 5 meters away, and they rolled back. However, to everyone's surprise, Iori Yagami, who had unleashed the chaotic force, swayed and fell to the ground on his back. Plop! 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, the entire arena was silent. Not a single Grandmaster of Combat stood up. In this silence, half a minute passed in the blink of an eye. Walala, however, at this moment, Guys, who was also covered in wounds, stood up from the ground with a series of cracking sounds, attracting the attention of Chizuru Kagami, Mai Jua, King, Mai Shiranui, Tingtong Kagami, Robert, and Daimon Goro, who were still conscious. Under their gaze, Gith stepped forward and went straight to Mai Shiranui. Seeing Guys walking toward her, Mai Shiranui frowned and struggled to get up from the ground. However, after 2 or 3 attempts, she failed because she couldn't exert her strength. She could only watch as Guys approached her. Guys, what are you doing? With a grim look in his eyes, King staggered to his feet and yelled at Guys while glaring at him. You should know what I'm doing. Guys glanced at King and grinned viciously. Guys, you don't have to involve Mai Shiranui in your conflict with them, King said with a frown. I don't like threats. Although she doesn't know about the situation, in order to avoid having another enemy in the future, I can only feel at ease if I kill her, Guys said quietly. In addition, if you don't want anything to happen to your brother, I advise you not to act rashly. Hearing Guys's words, King, who had wanted to fight, immediately paused and stood still with an ugly look on his face. What did you do to Jane? King asked coldly. Nothing yet, but if you do something, Billy will take him somewhere to play, Guys said with a sly smile on his face. King fell silent upon hearing this. King, what are you talking about? Mai Shiranui, who had a bad feeling in her heart, asked hesitantly. Woo! King called softly. Let me tell you. At this time, Guys, who had walked to Mai Shiranui's side and looked down at her with a grim smile. Your lover, Andy, and his brother, Terry, are dead. One night a year ago, I killed them with my own hand. What? Mai Shiranui was shocked when she heard this, and her expression became dull. Do you understand? Now let me send you to see your man, Guise said, then bent down and punched Mai Shiranui's chest, whose eyes were blank. However, just as Guise's fist was about to hit Mai Shiranui's chest, and even the wind of his fist had pressed down the skin on her chest, a powerful force burst out of Mai Shiranui's body, turning into a strong wind and blowing Guise away from her. Then, the power outside Mai Shiranui's body turned into flames, wrapped around her, and evaporated the air. I'm going to kill you! Mai Shiranui, who slowly stood up from the ground, looked at Guise, who also got up from the ground, with a ferocious face and growled. 90% of my absolute strength. Ninja B. As soon as she finished speaking, Mai Shiranui stamped her feet and rushed to Guise at a high speed. Her elbow hit Guise hard, who raised his arms in front of him in a hurry. Crack! Then, with a crisp sound, Mai Shiranui had a comprehension of 90% and was 10% away from the ultimate power. At the moment of contact, Guise's arm bones broke from the middle, allowing Mai Shiranui's attack to hit him directly in the chest. Crack! Then there was another crisp sound, and Guise's sternum caved in. Whoosh! Then, in the next moment, red fox fire surged and wrapped Guise's body, burning fiercely. Under the burning of the high-temperature flame, Guise screamed in pain. Mai Shiranui, who had cast her ultimate skill, was unmoved. She stared coldly at Guise, who was burned by the high-temperature fox fire created by the secret ninjutsu of Mai Shiranui, and watched him roll on the ground. Damn it! Guise roared, and his aura burst out, dissipating some of the flames on his body. But the next moment Mai Shiranui, who was wrapped in flames, descended again. Like a high-speed wheel of wind and fire, she fell from the air and landed on Guise's body. Finally, she slammed one knee into Guise's sunken chest. Crack! Explode! With another crisp sound, Guise opened his mouth and spat out a large mouthful of blood. Then his eyes widened and he stared at Mai Shiranui, who was kneeling on his chest. His mouth opened and closed, but he couldn't say a word. Whoosh! The flame burned Guise's body in a surge. Chapter 16:12. The flames burned fiercely, but Guise, who was wrapped in flames, didn't make a sound. His body lay motionless in place, letting the flames burn him into a piece of black charcoal. Plop! Watching Guise die, Mai Shiranui closed her eyes and fell to the ground. Obviously, the sudden outburst just now exhausted her last bit of energy. Woo! Seeing Mai Shiranui fall, King cried out anxiously and staggered toward Mai Shiranui. Dead witch, this isn't over between us. At some point, Maijua had run to Wei Si's side and picked up the dying Wei Si. She glanced coldly at Chizuru Kagura, who had also stood up at some point, and spoke in a cold voice. Don't let me catch you, or I will seal you completely. Chizuru Kagura didn't want to be outdone and coldly retorted. Humph! Maijua snorted and immediately burst out with dark power, and disappeared in front of Chizuru Kagura's eyes. However, at this time, no one noticed that the person who disappeared with them was Chun-Li, whose body was charred black and looked like she was severely burned. It would be impossible for her to recover without skin grafting. Come, send everyone to the hospital, Chizuru Kagura ordered. Yes. With that, dozens of men in black quickly ran out of the stadium through a special passage, came to the Grandmasters of Combat, and carried them out of the stadium in groups of 2. They put them in the ambulance, started it, and rushed to the hospital controlled by Kagura's family. At the same time, in another place, Wei Si. Maijua frowned and whispered, Do you need my help? At this moment, a voice that she felt was somewhat familiar suddenly rang out and asked. Maijua turned her head and looked in the direction of the voice. The person standing there was none other than Seito. Can you save her? Maijua asked in a deep voice. In her state, you can only trust me. Seito chuckled. Okay. As long as you can save her, I will be yours. Maijua secretly gritted her teeth. He said straightforwardly. You sure are straightforward. Seito looked at Maijua in surprise. Said, Humph. Aren't we your target? Maijua sneered disdainfully. Seito shrugged, neither admitting nor disagreeing. Then, with a flip of his hand, he created a ball of dark green energy that emitted a strong aura of life. He threw it into Wei Si's body. Almost instantly, Wei Si's wounds began to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. Look at this. Maijua's eyes flickered, his heart filled with shock. But other than that, there were more sighs of relief. However, good times did not last long. Not long after the life force entered Wei Si's body, a force full of the death attribute erupted from her body, clashing with the life force that Ito-sei had injected into her body, forming a shockwave that tore open the wound that had just been healed. What's going on? Maijua turned her head abruptly and growled with a murderous aura. I forgot that her element is death. It conflicts with pure life, Seito, who did not care about Maijua's attitude, said calmly. But it doesn't matter. This won't be a problem for me. With that, Seito opened his mouth and chanted a line of words. I am the Lord of the Underworld. Wherever my feet step, it is the Underworld. As soon as the words left his mouth, a wave of death energy that was purer than the one that erupted from Wei Si's body spread out from Seito's body. It transformed into a strange spatial domain that encompassed everything within a radius of 10 meters. Maijua's expression changed completely when she sensed the abnormality around her. This was because she sensed a power of the same nature as the one she was in. Quiet, Seito growled. Instantly, the death energy in Wei Si's body paused. Although she was unwilling to give up, she had no choice but to quiet down. She no longer resisted the pure life energy. Then, Seito pointed with his finger. Another wave of life energy entered Wei Si's body and accelerated her recovery. You. Who are you? Seeing that Wei Si's condition had stabilized, Maijua looked at Seito with a complicated expression. She could not figure out who he was. From now on, you and Wei Si's master, and if there are no accidents, I might even be your man. Seito's gaze wandered around Maijua's chest, butt, and slender legs before he said frivolously. Maijua was speechless. She did not know how to treat Seito. For a moment, the two of them fell silent. After a while, a low moan came from the unconscious Wei Si, breaking the silence between the two of them. Maijua, have we already returned? Wei Si asked Maijua softly as she slowly opened her eyes and sensed the changes in the space around her. No, you're still alive. You were saved by that guy. Maijua turned her head and indicated Seito's existence. Wei Si raised her head slightly and saw Seito standing at the side. She frowned slightly and turned away from Maijua's embrace. She looked at the space around her and asked doubtfully, then, this place it was created by that guy. Maijua sighed. Wei Si turned her head back to look at Seito with a face full of disbelief. Seito smiled and put away the underworld space created by the authority of the Lord of the Underworld. Wei Si finally believed Maijua's words when she sensed the changes in the space around her. Tell us about your arrangements. After all, from today onward, we're your people. Maijua looked at Seito and asked. Wei Si looked at Maijua in surprise when she heard this, but she did not say anything. She quietly watched Maijua and Seito converse. Arrangements? I really don't have any. However, I will send you to a place later. From today onward, that will be the world you live in. Seito shook his head and smiled. You want to keep your mistress in a golden house? Maijua mocked. However, before Seito could reply, she continued, that's fine too. We'll be eating and drinking for free anyway, so Wei Si and I can have a good rest. Seito shrugged helplessly and did not say anything. Then, with a thought, he brought Mai Zhuo and Wei Si into the Rubik's Cube world and settled them in the spirit-eating continent. This era was relatively close to the current era of the King of Fighters world. However, due to the widespread construction of the Rubik's Cube world, the various technological standards on this continent were many years ahead of the King of Fighters world. More than an hour later, Seito returned to the King of Fighters world after settling the two people down. There's still one more year. By this time next year, I can start harvesting. Itose looked up at the sky, using the unique perspective given by the power of Alea to observe the human will power that is gradually gathering somewhere in the sky, and said in his heart. Then, he withdrew his gaze and activated instant transmission, disappearing from where he was. The next moment, he appeared in a well-equipped medical hospital. Seito reached out and grabbed a young female nurse wearing a white miniskirt-style nurse uniform with white stockings wrapped around her legs. He used hypnosis to control her and asked her about the situation he wanted. Do you know which room the pugilists who were sent here are in? On the top floor. Then, Seito let go of the female nurse, took the elevator not far away, and set off to the top floor. Using the convenience provided by the illusion domain, he flashed into the ward where Athena was in. This was an independent ward with an area of about 40 square meters. There was only one bed inside, showing the care that Chizuru Kagura gave to the fighters. After gently closing the door, Itose walked through the hallway and entered the ward. Athena was lying on the bed with her eyes closed. She was wearing a white hospital gown. Her face was pale and she was resting on the bed with her eyes closed. Seito walked to Athena's bedside and reached out to hold her hand. While transferring a stream of life force into Athena's body, he used his spiritual power to drive Athena's spiritual power into a meditative state, helping her recover from her mental injuries. Done? Athena's voice sounded in his mind. Yes, it's me, Seito said softly. What time is it? How are the others? Athena asked in a hurried tone, and none of the things she asked were about herself. They were all about unrelated people, which showed how kind she was. It's already over. Other than some of the spectators who were killed by Gaunet's attack, most of them were trampled on by the chaos at the beginning, so there's no problem. As for the others, they're all fine. Just like you, they're receiving treatment in the other wards of this hospital, Seito explained. That's good, Athena in his mind sighed in relief. So recover well. I'm still waiting for you to earn more money for me in the future, Seito said in a joking tone. How can you talk to a wounded person like that? Athena pretended to be unhappy. Ha. Seito smiled and did not speak. Well, you should rest. I'll go see the others, Seito said through his mind after staying with Athena for a while. Then he leaned over and kissed her on the lips, then turned and left the room. After this rest, Athena, who had recovered some of her senses, immediately blushed and her spiritual power became active. Next, Seito went to Tengtong Xiangqing's room. He looked at Tengtong Xiangqing, who only had superficial wounds, and used his life force to help her recover. Then he turned and left the ward again, heading to Mai Shiranui's room. But here, Seito met King, who was wrapped in bandages. King was sitting beside Mai Shiranui's bed, looking at Mai Shiranui, who was still unconscious, with a worried expression. Chapter 16:13. You're here. Hearing the door open, King turned to look at the entrance, forced a smile and said softly, "Aha." Seito responded softly and walked quietly to King's side. "How are you?" Seito asked with concern. "I'm fine, just some superficial wounds." King shook her head and said, "Let me have a look." Itose reached out and grabbed King's arm without hesitation. "Hey, don't do this." King lowered her voice, a little embarrassed. "Don't move." Seito put on a dignified expression and said in a deep voice, Seito, who was once a tyrant, a president, and the lord of the world, immediately shocked King on the spot. She stared blankly at Seito, removing the bandage on her arm and gently touching her skin with his fingers. Feeling the soft touch on his skin, King instinctively felt itchy and instinctively wanted to pull his arm back. "You hurt the bone, and you still have some superficial wounds," Seito said with a little force, not letting King pull her arm back. King, who had never been in such close contact with a man, blushed slightly and turned her head to the side. Out of sight, out of mind. Seeing this, Seito didn't waste any time and immediately used medical ninjutsu. He pressed his palms on King's arm, gently massaging it to help promote blood circulation and remove blood stasis, while treating the injury on her arm. Feeling the changes in her arm, King sighed almost imperceptibly. After a moment, Seito, who had healed King's arm, reached out to her and said, "Give me your other arm." King was speechless and put her other arm into his palm. Seito removed the bandage wrapped around it and used medical ninjutsu to treat her again. Under the treatment of medical ninjutsu, King's other arm soon returned to normal. At this time, Seito waved his hand and a chair flew in front of him and then landed lightly on the ground under the control of an invisible force. It was for Seito to sit. Then Seito let go of King's arm. He leaned over and lifted King's left leg. "What are you doing?" King whispered in a panic. "Treating you." Ito-sei glanced at King. Without hesitation, he rolled up the trousers of her hospital gown, revealing her slender and beautiful legs that were wrapped in bandages. He removed the bandages on her legs. "That's enough." King hurriedly stopped him. "I'm a doctor. I have the final say here," Ito-sei said seriously. Under the pressure of his aura, King, who had always been strong, was once again stunned by Seito. She could only watch as Seito removed the bandage and put her leg on his thigh. Then, just like when he treated her arm, Seito stroked and pressed her leg with both hands. It looked like he was taking advantage of her. Feeling the touch on her leg, King could no longer suppress the blush on her face. She turned her head shyly and did not dare to look at Seito's actions. Calf, thigh, foot. Under the treatment of medical ninjutsu, King's entire left leg was quickly healed. Seito playfully played with King's big toe with his index finger. Then he put King's left leg down, leaned over and grabbed her right leg. Using the same steps, Seito finished treating her right leg. Then, Seito looked at King. "Okay, you don't have to do it here." Feeling Seito's gaze, King panicked and covered her chest with her hands. She quickly shook her head and said, "All right then." Ito-sei nodded and agreed with a regretful look. "You're a regretful ghost." Noticing Ito-sei's expression, King was annoyed and wanted to ridicule him. But that would be too embarrassing, so King glared at Seito and ignored him. "But you should take this medicine. It will help with your recovery." At this time, Seito reached out and handed a black, soybean-sized pill to King. "What is this?" King asked with a puzzled expression. According to China's traditional Chinese medicine theory, this pill is made with various precious herbs. It can help warriors recover from internal injuries and improve their skills. Seito explained. "Really?" King asked in disbelief as she reached out to take the pill. "Of course this is for you. I wouldn't give this to anyone else." Seito pursed his lips. King looked at Seito and did not say anything. She raised her head and swallowed the pill. Almost as soon as the pill entered her mouth, it softened into a liquid under the effect of the saliva. It flowed down her throat and into her body. Then, it emitted a strange, faintly discernible force and healed King's internal injuries. "That's amazing." Feeling the changes in her body, King exclaimed in disbelief. Then, her expression changed and she looked up at Seito again. Her eyes were filled with anticipation and fear as she asked, "Well, Ito, Seito frowned and looked unhappy. Well, okay. Do you have any more of these pills?" Knowing the reason for Sei Ito's reaction, King paused and changed the way she addressed him. Yes, what about it? Sei Ito raised his eyebrows and asked. Well, no, I'm not talking about this kind of medicine for injuries. I'm talking about the medicine that can treat diseases. Do you have any? King looked at Sei Ito's face nervously and expectantly as she asked. Yes, I do. But you can't eat this kind of thing carelessly. You have to prescribe the right medicine. Sei Ito, who instantly understood King's intention, frowned and explained. Does that mean that as long as it's the right medicine? Can this medicine cure the disease? King stood up abruptly and asked. That's right. Sei Ito nodded and admitted. Is there a cure for this disease? King immediately described a disease with an excited look on his face. With Ito-sei's understanding of her, he didn't need to guess to know that she was talking about her brother Jane's illness. It's useless to just talk about it. According to the theory of Chinese medicine, the cause of disease is very complicated. So, if you want to confirm it, you have to let me see the patient. Only then can I confirm whether the medicine is effective. Also, I have to prescribe the right medicine. Under King's nervous gaze, Sei Ito, who pretended to ponder for a few seconds, frowned and said, You want to see the patient? That's not a problem, King said straightforwardly. And? Ito-sei's face showed a confused look. The patient is my brother, King said, a little embarrassed. Hey, you should have said so earlier. Your brother is my brother. Let's see when it's convenient. Let's go see him. Sei Ito laughed shamelessly. What do you mean your brother? Don't talk nonsense. King, who fully understood Sei Ito's meaning, blushed and pretended to be dissatisfied. But with Sei Ito's assurance, King, who was not so worried about his brother Jane's disease, breathed a sigh of relief. He sat down again. By the way, take a look at Mai and see how she is. Suddenly, King thought of something and turned to Sei Ito. Sei Ito nodded, took Mai Shiranui's arm, and pretended to feel her pulse. Next to him, King looked at him with concern, waiting for his answer. It's nothing. She just consumed too much of her potential and hurt her foundation. It's a simple problem. With that, Sei Ito stood up and took out a black pill. He pinched Mai Shiranui's cheeks, opened her mouth, and put the pill into her mouth. Okay, Mai Shiranui will wake up in half an hour at most and 10 minutes at least, Sei Ito said softly, sitting down again. King nodded and waited patiently. As the two of them chatted, more than 10 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. Just then, a low moan suddenly came from Mai Shiranui's mouth. Ooh. Hearing the moan, King quickly stood up, walked to the bed, and whispered to Mai Shiranui. Mai Shiranui moved her eyelids and gently opened her eyes. Sister King, it's done. Mai Shiranui, who turned her head slightly and saw the faces of King and Itomori, called out softly. But then, tears appeared in Mai Shiranui's eyes, accumulated into a stream at a very fast speed, and flowed down the corners of her eyes. Xiao Wu. King, who was holding Mai Shiranui's hand tightly, whispered with heartache in her eyes. Sister King, is Andy really dead? Mai Shiranui looked straight into King's eyes and asked softly. Hearing this, King's eyes flickered and she turned her head. Well, why did this happen? Mai Shiranui, who knew the truth from King's movement, turned her head, stared blankly at the ceiling of the ward, and cried in a low voice. Woo! King cried with heartache. Woo! Sei Ito said softly, reaching out his hand and gently wiping the tears on Mai Shiranui's cheeks. But at this time, Mai Shiranui, who was so immersed in grief that she ignored everyone else and just cried there. Seeing this, Sei Ito patted King on the shoulder and motioned for Mai Shiranui to be alone for a while. King glanced at Sei Ito beside him, nodded, released Mai Shiranui's hand, and turned to walk out of the room with Sei Ito. Bang! The door was gently closed. Alas! King sighed in a low voice. Let's go there for a while, Sei Ito suggested, pointing to the windowsill not far away. King, who looked in the direction of the finger, nodded and followed Sei Ito to the windowsill. There, they chatted casually about my Shiranui or other useless topics while enjoying the warm summer wind that occasionally blew through the window. But during this process, both King and Sei Ito kept their eyes fixed on my Shiranui's ward, in case anything happened to her. Chapter 1614. P.S. Thank you to Nikfani for your precious monthly votes, and thank you to NXCX for your tips. With the help of Sei Ito's elixir, my Shiranui's condition was much better than the doctor had expected. Therefore, after lying in the hospital for more than an hour, my Shiranui went through the discharge procedures and returned to my Shiranui's dojo with King and Sei Ito, who were worried about her. "Sister King, I'm fine. You don't have to worry about me." Kneeling on the tatami, my Shiranui, who looked a little haggard, forced a smile. "Woo!" King called softly. But before she could speak, Sei Ito quickly winked at King and interrupted. "You've seen King's condition. She's injured and can't fly for a while. So, it should be okay for her to stay with you to recuperate, right?" My Shiranui looked at King and nodded. "Of course. Then I'll have to trouble you, Wu." King, who understood Sei Ito's arrangement, said politely. "Sister King, do we need to be so polite?" My Shiranui said helplessly. "I'm too polite," King said embarrassedly. Then the three of them stayed together for a while. Sei Ito said goodbye to King and my Shiranui. They saw him off and left the dojo, driving back to the villa he had bought. Dozens of minutes later, Sei Ito returned to the villa. He locked the car, pushed the door open, and walked into the room. He went straight to the bedroom. In an instant, a body was tied up with a lot of bandages. The body, which looked like an ancient Egyptian pharaoh's mummy, appeared in front of Sei Ito's eyes. At this time, the body was staring straight at Sei Ito, who pushed the door open and walked into the room with a pair of clear black and white eyes. "You're awake." Seeing the person's gaze, Sei Ito smiled. "Are you the one who saved me?" A slightly hoarse but clear female voice came from the human body. "Yes." Sei Ito walked to the side of the bed and sat down. Then, he reached out and grabbed her arm, placing 3 fingers on her wrist. He nodded and admitted. "Thank you." "You're welcome." Sei Ito smiled. Then, the two of them fell silent. "You're recovering well. The aura in your body has calmed down. Although there are still some external evil fires with your cultivation, you should be able to get rid of them all in a few days." A minute later, Ito-sei finished feeling the pulse and said, "You're also a grandmaster of combat?" "You could say that." Sei Ito removed a portion of the bandages wrapped around the man's body. He looked at the charred skin below and casually replied. At this time, although the figure did not speak, his eyes were fixed on Sei Ito's face. Clearly, he was concerned about his own condition. She paid a lot of attention. "You've finally stabilized." Sei Ito sighed softly. Then, he turned to look into the figure's eyes and smiled. "Don't worry. As long as there are no accidents, it'll take at most a month. I'll be able to heal the burns on your body and restore your skin to its original condition. I guarantee that you'll be as beautiful as before." Although it was impossible to see her expression because of the bandages on her face, one could still clearly feel the shyness and joy in her heart from her evasive gaze. This was normal because as long as she was a woman, she would be very concerned about her own body. Even if she was like Sister Feng, right, my clothes. At this time, the figure's expression froze. She quickly turned to look at Sei Ito and asked softly, "I helped you take them off. Don't worry, my hands and feet are very clean. I didn't touch anything that I shouldn't have," Sei Ito said without hiding anything. Instantly, the figure's eyes became slightly flustered. Can I use your house phone?" The figure's eyes wandered and asked. "Of course. Wait a moment." Sei Ito stood up, walked to the side, and brought the landline phone to the figure's side. "Tell me the number, and I'll call it for you." Seito sat back down on the chair and picked up the phone. 0. The figure hesitated for a moment, but considering his current state, he could only compromise and say a set of numbers. Following the figure's description, Seito quickly dialed the number and placed the phone with a beeping sound next to the figure's ear. Then, in the next moment, the call was connected with a soft click. "Hello?" A man's voice came from the phone. "Is this Gulai?" "I'm Chun-Li," the figure said softly. "That's right." The person who was tied up like a mummy was none other than Chun-Li, the fighter who had been severely burned by Iori Yagami's purple flame and suffered severe internal injuries. Itsunari had secretly taken her away from the gymnasium with his teleportation ability. "Chun-Li, where are you? Are you okay?" Gulai asked in pleasant surprise. "I'm at a..." Chun-Li glanced at Ito-sei and continued, "I'm at a friend's house. I'm injured and may need to recuperate for a while, so I'd like to trouble you to ask Miss Maddie for a leave of absence for me." As part of Interpol's precautionary measures, Chun-Li didn't directly reveal Miss McGrady's position. Even the phone number she called this time was only the phone number of the hotel where Gulai and the others were staying, not Gulai's private phone number. All of this was to prevent their identities and other information from being leaked. After all, she had just met Seito, and she didn't know what kind of person he was. It would be bad if he had ulterior motive. She chose to stay here instead of asking Gulai to pick her up because she was tempted by Seito's ability to heal her skin in 1 month. Even Sister Phoenix knew how to become beautiful through plastic surgery, let alone Chun-Li, who had the ability to do so. Moreover, she believed that with her vigilance, she wouldn't be easily fooled by Seito. "Are you injured? Is it serious?" "It's okay," Chun-Li replied. "Okay, I'll help you ask Miss Maidie for leave," Gulai promised. "By the way, how long do you need?" A month," Chun-Li said after thinking for a while. "It seems like your situation isn't as simple as you said." Gulai's words were full of concern. "It's nothing. My friend is a doctor, and he'll take good care of me." Chun-Li glanced at Seito again and replied. "I see. Okay, I'll tell Miss Maidie later." "Sorry to trouble you." "You're welcome." The two exchanged a few more words before hanging up the phone. "Thank you," Chun-Li thanked Seito, who put the phone aside. "It's nothing. You must be thirsty. I'll get you some water." When Seito saw Chun-Li licking her lips, he immediately understood Chun-Li's need. Chun-Li didn't say anything. She moved her head slightly, and her eyes followed Seito's movements. 2 minutes later, Seito returned to the room with a glass and a plastic straw. He sat beside Chun-Li's bed, leaned forward, and brought the glass and straw to Chun-Li's mouth. "Thank you," Chun-Li said politely. She opened her mouth and bit the straw, gently sucking the warm water in the glass. Soon, half of the water was drunk by Chun-Li. "It's done," Chun-Li said after releasing the straw. Seito nodded and put the glass aside. "By the way, I still don't know your name." Chun-Li turned her eyes and asked Seito. "I'm Seito," Seito said with a smile. "I'm Chun-Li. Nice to meet you. I know you. You're that amazing martial artist. To be honest, when I saw you on TV I was amazed by you." Ito-sei said with an expression that he had already known it. With the initial consensus, Chun-Li and Seito chatted casually until dinner time. Needless to say, dinner was naturally a Chinese feast made by Seito, who was able-bodied. "I didn't expect that other than being proficient in Chinese medicine, you're also proficient in cooking." Chun-Li sat up on the bed with the help of Seito. She leaned her upper body against the headboard and looked at the exquisite Chinese food on the table. Her eyes were full of amazement. "It's probably because I'm Chinese." Seito turned around and picked up a bowl full of white rice and a pair of chopsticks. He picked up some vegetables from the plates and put them into the bowl. He turned around and handed them to Chun-Li. He carefully fed her the food and chuckled. "Sorry to trouble you," Chun-Li said politely with hesitation in her eyes. She opened her mouth and swallowed the food that was sent to her mouth. I see. After swallowing the food in her mouth, Chun-Li suddenly understood. For this, I also have a Chinese name, Chen Shicheng. If you're not used to calling me by my Japanese name, you can call me by my Chinese name, Seito, who picked up some food again and sent it to Chun-Li's mouth, deliberately said in fluent Chinese. Hearing the familiar Chinese, Chun-Li's eyes lit up and she agreed with a smile. Okay, Shicheng. Naturally, this was also said in Chinese. Then, surrounded by an old friend in a foreign land, Chun-Li comfortably enjoyed the pure Chinese food with color, fragrance, and taste. She couldn't help but show a satisfied expression on her face. After feeding Chun-Li, Seito began to eat by himself. About 20 minutes later, Seito finished his dinner. He got up and cleaned up the bowls and chopsticks on the table. Then, he cooked Chinese medicine for Chun-Li in the kitchen. Soon, the pungent smell of Chinese medicine filled the room. After a long while, Seito returned to the bedroom with a thick black Chinese medicine decoction. He fed it to Chun-Li, who didn't suspect anything and was very obedient. Just when Seito was about to say something to Chun-Li, a melodious ringtone suddenly rang. Chapter 1615. P.S. Thank you to ye_G for your precious monthly votes. Ito-sei took out the phone from his pocket, pressed the answer button in front of Chun-Li, and put it to his ear. Hello. Okay, do you have time now? Charmy's familiar voice came from the phone. Of course. Seito smiled. Then come over. Charmy chuckled. Okay. I'll wait for you. Charmy's voice was full of seduction. After saying that, she chuckled and hung up the phone. After hanging up the phone, Seito put the phone back into his pocket and looked at Chun-Li, who was lying on the bed, and said, "The medicine just now can not only replenish your vitality and speed up your body's recovery, but it can also help you practice to a certain extent. So, you should practice for a while later. Maybe it can help you get rid of the fire of evil in your body in advance." Okay. Chun-Li nodded and agreed. Okay, I have something to do, so I'll go out first. You have a good rest at home. Seito helped Chun-Li lie down again and said softly. Okay. Chun-Li replied in a low voice. Then Seito said goodbye to Chun-Li and left the room under her gaze. He went to the garage attached to the villa, opened the door and got in the car. He started the car and drove to Charmy's apartment at high speed. Half an hour later, Seito arrived at Charmy's apartment building and stopped the car. After getting out of the car and locking it, Seito stepped into the apartment building. Soon, he arrived in front of Charmy's apartment door. Ding dong. Seito, who was standing outside Charmy's door, reached out and pressed the doorbell. Then, after about 7 or 8 seconds, the door opened with a creak. With a few clattering sounds, the door was opened from the inside. Looking at Charmy in front of him, a stunned expression appeared on Ito-sei's face. At this time, Charmy wasn't wearing the sexy short skirt she usually wore when she went out. Instead, she changed into a spaghetti-strap pajamas that she usually wore at home. However, it was much more transparent. You could directly see half of her blood-white skin underneath the pajamas. Her pair of slender legs and arms were directly exposed to the air, tempting the desires in the bottom of his heart. "Hurry up and come in," Charmy said angrily. "Oh," Seito responded and quickly entered the apartment, closing the door behind him. Bang! "What are you doing today?" Seito, who was taking off his shoes at the entrance, looked at the oddly dressed Charmy in confusion. Asked Zhang Han, "Do you like it?" Charmy swayed her waist and walked to the front of Ito-sei. She stretched out her arms and put them on both sides of his neck. She moved her upper body, making her full breasts more majestic, and said softly, "Of course." Seito, who had his arms around Charmy's waist, said softly, "However, I keep feeling that your behavior today is a bit strange. It's different from your usual self. Strange. I don't think so. Charmy looked down at herself, then shook her head and said, Forget it. Seito also shook his head and said, Oh right, why did you ask me to come over? Can't I ask you to come over if there's nothing? Charmy pouted and asked with dissatisfaction. Of course you can. It's just that I was a bit surprised when I received your call today and took the initiative to invite me over. I thought you had something to do here. Seito explained with a smile. I miss you. Can't I come over? Charmy smiled charmingly. Of course. Seito laughed. Then, the two of them walked into the living room with their arms around each other. They sat side by side on the long sofa and watched the entertainment program that was playing on the TV. In the process, they chatted casually. It's a bit boring. After a while, Charmy, who was leaning her head on Seito's shoulder, said in a low voice, Then let's watch something else? Seito, who had reached out to take the air oscillator, asked, Forget it. Everything is the same. Why don't we drink some wine? Charmy, who was sitting up, suggested. Up to you. Seito smiled indifferently. Charmy smiled gently, got up from the sofa, and walked into the kitchen not far away with sexy step. It wasn't until 5 or 6 minutes later that she came out of the kitchen with a bottle of champagne in one hand and 2 wine glasses in the other. Open the wine and pour it out. I'll go to the kitchen and take out the side dishes. Charmy walked to the coffee table, bent down, and put down the things in her hands. She completely ignored the sight of her chest that was exposed to Seito because of this action. Seito nodded and reached out to take the wine bottle. Then, he waved his hand and slapped the bottom of the bottle. The cork at the top of the champagne flew out like a small cannonball and fell into Seito's palm. Then, Seito set up the wine glasses and poured some light yellow wine into the 2 glasses. At the same time, Charmy, who was holding a few small plates and chopsticks, returned to the living room again. She put the things in her hands on the coffee table and then sat down next to Seito. Come, dear, let's have a toast. Charmy, who reached out to hold Seito's arm, picked up a wine glass and said softly. Seito smiled gently and picked up his glass as well. He clinked his glass with Charmy's. Ding. A crisp sound immediately reverberated in the room. Seito and Charmy took back their wine glasses and raised their heads to take a big gulp. Then, Charmy picked up the wine bottle and poured wine into her and Seito's glasses again. Just like that, the two of them watched the messy programs on TV while chatting, drinking wine, and eating all kinds of snacks on the coffee table. Unknowingly, it was already late at night. At this time, the two of them had finished the entire bottle of champagne. Seito didn't feel anything. After all, with his constitution, unless it was divine wine brewed by a god, he really couldn't get drunk on such ordinary things. Charmy, on the other hand, was a little tipsy. Her eyes were blurred, her cheeks were slightly red, and her breath was filled with the smell of champagne. Ah Ching, carry me back to the room. Charmy, who was leaning her whole body in Seito's arms, said coquettishly. Yes, my dear miss. Seito lowered his head and kissed Charmy's lips. Then, he used his strength to carry her up from the sofa, turned around, and walked into the bedroom. A moment later, Seito walked into the bedroom and put Charmy back on the bed. Hurry up and take a shower. Otherwise, don't even think about getting on my bed. Charmy said as if she was drunk. Got it. Seito chuckled. Then, he straightened up and turned around to leave the bedroom. Seeing Seito leave, Charmy's blurred eyes flashed with a touch of light. Then, she sat up and took off her clothes. Because she didn't have 2 pieces of clothing, Charmy took off all her clothes in a few seconds, making herself naked. She grabbed the blanket to cover her body, lowered her body and lay back down. Her face continued to show a blurred expression as if she had drunk too much. After more than 10 minutes, Seito returned to the bedroom wrapped in a bathrobe. Looking at Charmy on the bed, Seito smiled. He took off the bathrobe, lowered his body, and crawled under the blanket. He reached out and pulled Charmy into his arms. But soon, Sei-Ito's expression changed. He looked at Charmy in his arms with some surprise. Because just a moment ago, Sei-Ito suddenly felt a warm hand grab his private part. Charmy raised her head and looked at Sei-Ito's face with a silly smile. Okay, let's complete the last step today. Have you thought about it? Sei-Ito raised his eyebrows and asked. What do you think? Charmy asked back. For a moment, the two quietly looked at each other. About a minute later, Sei-Ito let out a strange cry, turned over, and pressed Charmy under him. He lowered his head and kissed her lips. During the kiss, Charmy's eyes flashed with a hint of clarity, but it was immediately replaced by blurriness. She reached out and hugged Sei-Ito's neck, passionately responding. It didn't take long for Ito-sei and Charmy's life chapter to reverberate in the room. After an unknown amount of time, Charmy suddenly let out a long cry, and the performance of the life chapter came to an end. But at this moment, an unexpected situation occurred. An aura suddenly erupted from Charmy's crimson body, emitting a powerful dark energy. It supported her body as she slowly floated up from the shattered bed. At the same time, bolts of lightning filled with destructive aura appeared in the void around her from time to time, flashing across and destroying all the decorations in the room. Fortunately, Sei-Ito quickly used psychokinesis to envelop the entire room, preventing the destructive power of Charmy's awakening from spreading and affecting others. But even so, Sei-Ito's expression was still not good. It couldn't be helped. Who told him to ignore the powerful power contained in his essence for a moment? Fortunately, Charmy's awakening didn't last for long. After about 10 minutes, the lightning power around her disappeared, and her aura began to calm down. She slowly landed on the ground. Charmy raised her head and looked at Sei-Ito, who was frowning. I originally wanted to wait until after tonight to fully awaken, but I didn't expect that thing of yours to contain so much power, forcing me to awaken ahead of time. You really are a surprising person. Charmy's expression changed from killing intent to complicated, then complicated to calm, and finally changed back to a gentle and complicated look as she looked at Sei-Ito. So everything you did tonight was to prepare for your awakening? Sei-Ito asked in a deep voice. Yes, I wanted to experience the last thing as a human with you as an ordinary Charmy, Charmy replied indifferently. Chapter 16:16. After a moment of silence, Sei-Ito asked again, What about now? What's your plan? Let's end it, Charmy replied without any hesitation. Why? Sei-Ito raised his eyebrows. Because of this. As she spoke, she raised her hands and brought them to her mouth. Then, as if there was something on them, she gently blew at them. In an instant, a blue ball of lightning flew out from her hands and appeared in front of Sei-Ito as if it had traveled through space. It expanded and turned into a ball of lightning the size of a basketball, releasing a powerful electric shock towards Sei-Ito. Sei-Ito sneered and reached out to grab the ball of lightning that Charmy blew at him. Bang! His 5 fingers closed, and the ball of lightning immediately exploded, turning into countless sparks that shot out in all directions. Huh! Charmy's face showed a hint of surprise. You're really surprising me more and more. Charmy chuckled. If that's all, then let me tell you, I don't agree. Sei-Ito casually retracted his hand and looked at Charmy. Originally, I didn't want to hurt you too much for the sake of our relationship over the past 2 years, but it seems that won't do. Charmy's left index finger touched her lip. Her eyes, which were covered by her bangs, flickered with a dangerous light as she chuckled. Come on, I'll see if you have the ability to end our relationship. Sei-Ito chuckled. Humph. Charmy, who felt that she was being underestimated, coldly snorted and suddenly jumped up from the ground. Just as she was about to hit the ceiling above her head, she turned around and opened her hands and feet at the same time. The friction created a lightning mirror that was thick in the middle and thin on both sides. It looked like a crescent moon and attacked Seito. Lightning God's weapon. Seito didn't move his feet. His right hand held a long blade and thrust forward, piercing through Charmy's lightning mirror. Ignoring the lightning damage, he extended his hand towards Charmy. Then, he closed his fingers and grabbed Charmy's neck, pulling back his arm. He pulled it in front of him. He looked at Seito's hateful face, which was looking at him with a faint smile. Charmy frowned. He immediately unleashed the dark force that had been converted from absolute power and punched at Seito. In an instant, a large ball of lightning similar to the lightning light fist released by second-order Hall bloomed from her hand. Ultimate skill or dark shadow lightning fist. Seito dodged. Appearing behind Charmy, he stretched out his arms and wrapped them around her body, leaving behind an afterimage to take on Charmy's shadow lightning fist. Do you have any other methods? Itose chuckled as he mischievously kneaded Charmy's breasts with his hands. Humph! With a cold snort, a large ball of lightning full of destructive aura bloomed from Charmy's body and surged towards Seito behind her. Seito's mind moved slightly, and his body also released a large amount of lightning, neutralizing the lightning surging from Charmy's body. You lost, Seito said softly. Who are you? Charmy, who no longer resisted, asked coldly. Who else could I be? Seito said unhappily as he pinched Charmy's breasts and then let go of her. I don't remember you being so strong. Charmy turned around and looked at Seito with a serious expression. I also don't remember my Charmy being able to release lightning, Seito retorted in the same tone. After that, the two of them didn't say anything and just stared at each other in a deadlock. After a moment, Charmy pretended to sigh helplessly and said, Sigh, I didn't expect that the boyfriend I had before awakening would be such a troublesome guy like you. But this is also good. She changed the topic and said again. Seito stepped forward and reached out to hug Charmy's smooth waist. Charmy glanced at him and didn't resist. When did you start this state? Ito Kanari asked as he carried Charmy out of the bedroom and walked into another empty room. After lying down on the bed, Ito Kanari asked. About half a year ago, when you were fooling around with that little girl called Athena, Charmy said calmly. Charmy said indifferently. But when she mentioned Athena, her eyes flashed with killing intent, causing the temperature in the room to drop. How long has it been? Why are you still talking about it? Seito said helplessly. Ignoring Seito's complaints, Charmy coldly snorted and said domineeringly, You should be more careful in the future. If I see you fooling around with another woman, don't blame me for being ruthless. Seito raised his eyebrows and looked at Charmy, who was in his arms, and said, Hey, you're still angry, aren't you? What? Charmy's eyes flashed and a gentle smile appeared on her face as she asked. It's just that her seemingly good expression gave people a dangerous feeling for some reason. It seems that I have to re-establish my position as the husband and let you know who is the master of the house. After saying that, Seito pressed Charmy under his body again and continued to play the life movement with her. It didn't take long for the rhythmic female moans and male panting sounds to resound in the room, as well as the background music of certain items. This time, it wasn't until the sky outside the window brightened that the performance that lasted for the whole night finally ended. Monster. Charmy, whose whole body was sore and panting, said hatefully. Now you know how powerful I am. Seito said proudly. Humph. Charmy coldly snorted and closed her eyes to rest. Seeing this, Seito smiled and didn't say anything. He pulled Charmy's body into his arms, and also closed his eyes to rest. A few hours later, at noon, Seito got up and washed up. After putting on his clothes, he said goodbye to Charmy, who was still lying on the bed, and drove back to his villa. What's the situation? As soon as he entered the house, Seito saw the bloodstains on the bandages wrapped around Chunli's body and asked with a frown. That. Chun-Li turned her head to the side and stammered with an embarrassed look. Don't hide it. This is the key to whether your body can recover to normal. You don't want to become an ugly monster in the end, do you? Seito went straight to Chun-Li's side and sat down. He reached out to grab her arm and began to remove the bandages on it. Last night I wanted to go to the toilet and then… Chun-Li hesitated for a moment and finally opened her mouth to explain. And then because you moved too much, the wound burst open? Seito continued. Yes. Chun-Li softly replied. Sigh, this is my fault. I didn't rush back immediately after I finished. Seito apologized. Then, without waiting for Chun-Li to comfort him, he continued, but don't worry, it won't happen again. When you need to go to the toilet again, I will help you. Chun-Li heard this and subconsciously exclaimed. No need, I can do it myself. Chun-Li hurriedly said. What do you mean you can do it? Can't you see that the wound has burst open? Seito lifted Chun-Li's arm and pointed at the charred skin that faintly seeped with blood. He said with dissatisfaction, also, I'm a doctor, listen to me. And then again, I've even seen your naked body, what's there to be shy about? How can it be the same? Chun-Li felt wronged. You and I are both people of the underworld, why do you have so many considerations? Seito curled his lips and said. Then, he stood up and began to remove the bandages that were wrapped around Chun-Li's body. What are you doing? Chun-Li asked nervously. I'm changing your bandages, what else can I do? Seito glanced at Chun-Li and said in a bad mood. Chun-Li's eyes turned away and she couldn't speak. Under Seito's dismantling, the bandages on Chun-Li's body were quickly removed. Chun-Li's body, who was only wearing a pair of white panties, was completely exposed to the air. However, at this time, Chun-Li didn't have any beauty to speak of. Her entire body was either full of hideous wounds or charred skin, which made people instinctively feel uncomfortable from the bottom of their hearts. Wait, I'll get you some medicine. Seito's gaze wandered around Chun-Li's body, and then he ignored her. Without the bandages covering her body, he could directly see the changes in her face. At this time, Chun-Li was blushing. He called out to her, turned around, and walked out of the bedroom. This hateful guy, wait until I recover, I must teach him a good lesson. Chun-Li said fiercely in her heart. After more than 10 minutes, Seito, who had a small bowl in his hand, kept stirring with chopsticks, and brought out a handful of black mud. Only then did he return to the bedroom and stood beside Chun-Li. When I first apply it, it may be a little hot and painful. Bear with it a little later. Seito turned his head to look at Chun-Li and reminded her. Chun-Li nodded in response. Seeing this, Seito didn't talk nonsense. He took out the chopsticks in his hand and put them aside. Then, he inserted his hand into the small bowl, bent his 4 fingers slightly, and like a spoon, scooped out a small handful of medicinal mud. He placed it on Chun-Li's body, spread his palm flat, and rubbed it on Chun-Li's body. Although because of the hard skin on her body, it made her feel a lot slower, but seeing a man's palm moving on her body with her own eyes still made Chun-Li's heart filled with shyness. She closed her eyes and turned her head to the side with a red face. Seeing all of this, Seito smiled silently. He continued to scoop out a bunch of medicinal mud and pressed it on Chun-Li's body. Like patching a wall, he rubbed it. Chest, lower abdomen, arms, legs, back. Not long after, the black medicinal mud was all over Chun-Li's body, making her look like a clay figurine. Chapter 16-17. All right, Seito said softly as he tied the last knot of the bandage. Chun-Li, who was still shy, did not make a sound. She continued to keep her eyes closed and her head turned away. Take a rest. I'll cook, Seito said as he picked up the small bowl and chopstick. Then he turned and walked out of the room. But just as he was about to step out of the door, He suddenly stopped and turned to Chunli and asked, "Is there anything you want to eat?" "No." Chunli replied in a flustered voice. "Oh, then I'll just make something." After that, he did not stay and left the room. Phew! Hearing Sei Ito's footsteps going away, Chunli opened her eyes again and exhaled a long breath. "No, I can't be so passive. Think about it and see who among the people I know is free." Then, Chunli frowned and pondered. But before she could think for a long time, a burning tingling feeling spread from all over her body, which stimulated her to frown and made her unable to think at all. What a strong medicinal power! Fortunately, this kind of piercing pain did not last for too long. It was only 10 minutes or so before it was replaced by a cool feeling that flowed through the pain, making Chunli so comfortable that she subconsciously let out a low moan. Hearing her moan, Chunli immediately looked shy and gritted her teeth to prevent herself from making that shameful movement again. Then, after another 10 minutes, Sei Ito, who was carrying several dishes in his hand, walked into the bedroom again. "The meal is ready. Let's eat," Sei Ito said. Then, Sei Ito helped Chunli's body up as he did yesterday, sat down next to her, took the bowl and chopsticks, and fed her food. After Chunli finished eating, he enjoyed it himself. Sei Ito was not slow in eating. After about 10 minutes, he announced that it was over. Then, Sei Ito got up and cleaned up the bowls and chopstick. Then, he used his mind to separate a shadow and ordered it to leave for my Huadojo. He went to visit my Shiranui, who was in low spirits. He wanted to use this period of time when she was upset to increase his presence, so that he could replace Andy's position and completely occupy her heart. However, because King was still there, Ito-sei didn't want to show off too much. About an hour later, Zhang Zian came back. Then he said goodbye to King and my Shiranui and left. In a place where no one was around, another cloud of smoke exploded. It returned to Sei Ito's body. After an unknown amount of time, Ito-sei entered Chunli's bedroom again to see if Chunli needed anything. He frowned and looked at her body. Especially Chunli, who was rubbing her legs slightly, said in surprise. "No, nothing." Chunli shook her head and said, "Really?" Sei Ito raised his eyebrows and asked. At this moment, he already somewhat understood Chun-Li's condition. It was very obvious that Chun-Li wanted to go to the toilet. "Yes." Chun-Li gritted her teeth and said, "Really?" Sei Ito chuckled, then walked to Chun-Li's side and sat down with a serious face. He reached out to grab her arm, put his fingers on her wrist, and felt her pulse. Chun-Li's eyes were flustered and she looked around. "You are." After a moment, Sei Ito turned his head to look at Chun-Li again and said in surprise, "Well, I want to go to the toilet, okay?" Chun-Li shouted in shame and indignation. "It's human nature. It's not a shameful thing. What's there to be embarrassed about?" Sei Ito curled his lips and said arrogantly. Then he stood up, leaned over, put his arms under Chun-Li's body, lifted her up, and held her in his arms. "Put me down. I don't need your help. I can do it myself," Chun-Li said with her eyes full of panic. "Don't move. Be careful not to hurt your wound," Sei Ito said seriously with a tense expression. Under Sei Ito's majestic aura, Chun-Li's eyes immediately went blank, and she stopped struggling. Taking this opportunity, Sei Ito quickly carried Chun-Li to the toilet and put her on the toilet. He also very considerately helped her take off the only clothes she was wearing and used his hands to hold her legs, so that when she bent her knees, the hard skin on her thighs would not be opened. "Get out quickly!" Chun-Li looked at Sei Ito in front of her with a blushing face and shouted. "Okay, but you have to be careful. Remember not to make any big movements," Sei Ito said. After saying that, he gently put Chun-Li's legs back on the ground, then turned around and left the toilet and closed the door. Bang! Then, there was the sound of water splashing, and a spurting sound faintly came from the toilet. "Remember, don't make any big movements. You will hurt your wound," Sei Ito shouted mischievously. "You!" Chun-Li shouted angrily, "Hooligan!" Sei-Ito chuckled, shook his head, and returned to the living room. He sat down on the sofa and continued to watch the TV program on the TV. "Hey, do you need my help?" When he felt that it was about time, Sei-Ito stood up again and returned to the toilet door and shouted loudly, "Get lost!" Chun-Li's angry voice immediately came from the bathroom. Right after this shout, the sound of rushing water could be heard from the inside. After waiting for more than 10 seconds, the toilet door was opened with a soft sound, and then the mummy Chun-Li, whose eyes were full of murderous intent, reappeared in front of Sei-Ito. "Qigong Palm." At this time, Chun-Li shouted in a low voice. She put her arms in front of her body, and her aura burst out. In front of her palms, a Qigong ball with a diameter of about 1 meter, with several layers of rings similar to a circular orbit was created, and blasted towards Sei-Ito. Pa, 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 pa. Under the influence of this fierce action, the bandages on Chun-Li's legs and arms immediately burst and flew away, revealing the black mud that began to slowly ooze blood. Sei-Ito dodged and retreated, leaving Chun-Li's attack range. After 3 seconds, Chun-Li's ultimate skill was cast, and she slowly dissipated in the air. Humph! Chun-Li, who withdrew her palms, instinctively let out a painful groan. "Who told you to be brave?" Sei-Ito, who appeared beside Chun-Li almost instantly, leaned over and held her in his arms. While walking to the bedroom, he scolded. "Let me go, I don't want to be treated, I don't want to be humiliated by you anymore." Chun-Li struggled violently. "Be honest." Sei-Ito's expression sank, and he shouted in a low voice. In an instant, a heavy pressure emanated from Sei-Ito's body, and it pressed on Chun-Li's heart, making her eyes flicker. However, she was after all the strongest woman, who did not fear power, so soon she began to struggle again. Sei-Ito saw this and stopped. He half squatted. With a flip of his hand, he placed Chun-Li face down on his bent left thigh, raised his right arm, and then slammed it down hard. Pa! A crisp sound was transmitted from Chun-Li's body. After hitting her once, Sei-Ito's palm did not stop. It was as if he was teaching a disobedient child a lesson. He continued to hit Chun-Li's buttock. Pa 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 pa. A series of crisp sounds immediately echoed in the room. Ugh! After a few slaps, Chun-Li became completely obedient, but a burst of suppressed sobs came out from her throat. Obviously, she could no longer suppress the grievances in her heart, and her emotions completely exploded. Sei-Ito stopped slapping her and helped Chun-Li up. He held her in his arms, and the back of his hand gently slid up and down her back. "I'm sorry, I went too far just now," Sei-Ito said softly. "Wah!" It would have been better if he did not apologize, but who knew that this apology made Chun-Li, who felt even more wronged, burst into tears. She was not particular about the snot and tears that flowed down her face were all smeared on Sei-Ito's clean clothes. And this crying did not stop until more than half an hour later. "Why are you doing this to me?" Chun-Li asked in a choked voice. "Because I like you, and I want you to be my woman," Sei-Ito replied softly. "Ah!" Chun-Li, who probably did not expect the answer to be this, was immediately stunned and subconsciously let out a cry of surprise. "You know, since the first time I saw you, I have been interested in you, and I want to keep you by my side." Sei-Ito let go of Chun-Li's body, gently wiped away the tears in Chun-Li's eyes with the back of his index finger, and said softly, "Of course, the first time here referred to the time when he played Street Fighter in the large game hall in his previous life. As for keeping her by his side, it was only after he saw her in this world. I will not like a hooligan like you." After a moment, Chun-Li, who came back to her senses, said fiercely, "It doesn't matter, I will be like an ancient bully, and directly catch you by my side." Sei-Ito smiled indifferently and replied. Then, the topic changed, and a hateful smile appeared on his face that gave people the feeling that they needed a beating. he said in a strange voice, and without my treatment, there is no one in this world who can help you. At that time, only I will want you like this. You are really a bastard through and through. Thinking that she would have to maintain this appearance that was neither human nor ghost in the future, even the strong-willed Chuanli could not help but tremble subconsciously, and cursed hatefully. So, you can't run away, Saito said with a smile. Then, he once again hugged the defenseless Chuanli in his arms. Even if that is the case, I still won't like you, Chuanli continued to say with a fierce voice. I don't care, Saito said with a light smile. Chuanli, who was completely helpless by Saito's attitude, snorted, turned her head, opened her mouth, and bit Saito's neck. That fierce look was as if she wanted to directly bite him to death. Saito silently endured, and did not resist as he let Chuanli vent. After a while, Chuanli, who had vented enough, opened her mouth and sighed helplessly, "Carry me back and apply medicine for me." Although she did not say it directly, it was obvious that Chuanli had forgiven Saito's previous actions, and to a certain extent, accepted his existence. Roger that, Saito said happily, and immediately carried Chuanli up, and brought her back to the bedroom. Chapter 16-18. P.S. Thank you to Sacred Knight for your precious monthly vote. Thank you to Instant Potato, Once Handsome, and Orange Dust for your tips. Since that day, 3 days passed peacefully. In the afternoon, Saito once again sent a shadow clone to look after Chuanli at home, while he went to my Shiranui dojo as usual to see my Shiranui and King, who was accompanying her. However, before he could enter the door, a figure ran out in a hurry. Saito spun and cleverly dodged in front of the black figure, avoiding the fate of the two of them colliding. King! What's the matter? Saito, who stood still again, turned his head and asked the figure running out. I just received news that my hotel was smashed, and Lisa and Elizabeth were taken away by the other party. King frowned and said with a worried expression. Do you know who did it? Saito asked in a deep voice. I heard that it was Guy's men, King sighed. Guys. Itosei's face showed a surprised expression. Are you sure you didn't make a mistake? After all, Guy's was killed by my Shiranui, or they saw it with their own eyes. Then he was burnt to a crisp by my Shiranui's foxfire. He was absolutely dead. How could he send someone to make trouble for King? That's what they told me. King was also puzzled and distressed. Do you need my help? Saito asked softly. No, I can solve this problem. You'd better stay here and look after my Shiranui. I'm worried that she may have a problem here. King shook his head slightly and refused. All right then, but if you need me, you must remember to call me. After thinking about it, Saito felt that this was indeed possible, so he nodded and looked at King seriously. Okay. King looked up and quietly looked at Saito for a moment, then agreed softly. Be careful on the road, Saito said. Yes. Then, King did not stay any longer. He turned around and hurried out of the training hall. Before long, he had disappeared from Saito's sight. Saito looked away as he watched King leave. He turned around and entered the training hall. Although King was no longer around, some feelings could be more explicit, but there were still some problems between men and women, so it was not appropriate for him to stay in the Taoist field for too long. So he stayed with my Shiranui for more than 2 hours. He had no choice but to get up and leave. My Shiranui saw him off and left the Taoist field. Of course, this was also for my Shirane to see, so after walking out of my Shirane's sight, Itosei once again launched the Shadow Clone Jutsu to separate a Shadow Clone. Then he used the transformation spell to turn into a bird and flew to the branches of the green trees around my Shiranui dojo to guard it. At the same time, in this way, Saito discovered the sadness under my Shiranui's pretense of calmness. Andy, my Shiranui murmured in a low voice as she curled her knees, hugged her legs with her arms, and put her chin on her knees. She sat alone on the porch of a big house and stared blankly at the open space in front of her. Not long after, 2 drops of clear tears flowed silently from the corners of my Shiranui's eyes. Coupled with the sky that was gradually filled with red clouds, a bleak and sad atmosphere immediately pervaded the entire training hall. Then time passed, the sky changed, and it was night before they knew it. However, at this moment, a figure suddenly jumped down from the wall on one side and landed lightly on the ground. With the bright moonlight in the sky, Seito, who was squatting on the branch, saw the appearance of the person. He was familiar with the man. It was Billy Kane, the adopted son of Jim Howard, known as the Rod King. At this time, he was still dressed in a cowboy suit, holding a red stick, which was almost as tall as him. He bent down and tiptoed, quietly approaching my Shiranui's position. So that's how it is. Seeing this, Itose had a rough idea of what was going on when King left during the day. According to his speculation, Billy, who had received a notice from Kagura's family and came to collect Jim Howard's ashes, wanted to avenge his adopted father, Jim. However, he was worried that he was not a match for King and my Shiranui alone. Therefore, he directly used his identity as Jim's adopted son and the second-in-command of Jim's gang to contact his men in Nanjing. He asked them to smash King's Phantom Bar and capture the twin waiters, Lissa and Elizabeth, who worked there. He wanted to make King, who was sentimental, leave my Shiranui and create an opportunity for him to assassinate my Shiranui. And the fact was indeed as Seito guessed. The only thing beyond Billy's expectation was that Seito, the big boss, would appear in my Shiranui's dojo. Fortunately, Seito left soon after, so Billy's original plan was not affected and carried out as usual. After some careful movements, Billy finally moved. He was still in a daze and did not realize that my Shiranui had become the target of assassination. Looking at my Shiranui, who was sitting there in a daze, Billy's eyes flashed fiercely. Then he suddenly burst out his breath, jumped up, and waved his stick. The stick turned into a bunch of sticks and smashed toward my Shiranui. Just as the stick was about to fall on her, my Shiranui, who was a fighter, finally reacted and instinctively rolled to the side. Boom! The next moment, the bunch of sticks hit heavily where my Shiranui had been sitting. With a violent roar, the outer corridor was smashed to pieces, stirring up a large cloud of dust. Then Billy withdrew his stick and stared behind the dust with a murderous look. A few seconds later, the dust gently dispersed, revealing my Shiranui behind it. At this time, the surface of my Shiranui's clothes was damaged. Her white skin was exposed through the tears in her clothes. Obviously, although she had dodged Billy's fatal attack, she was still a little slow and was brushed by the wind caused by the bunch of sticks. "It's you." My Shiranui frowned and looked at Billy with some confusion in her eyes. "Why did you attack me?" She did not know the relationship between Guys and Billy, so she did not understand why Billy, who she had only met a few times, attacked her. "Revenge," Billy said coldly. "What grudge do I have against you?" My Shiranui asked even more inexplicably. "You killed my father." Billy gritted his teeth with a ferocious face. "Guys Howard, who was killed by you at this conference, was my adoptive father." "Guys is your adoptive father?" My Shiranui's expression changed, and she asked in a deep voice, her face full of killing intent and resentment. "That's right," Billy admitted without hesitation. "So, you also had a hand in Andy's death?" Her aura gradually rose. My Shiranui asked coldly, her thin clothes fluttering in the wind. "Since you dared to attack my adoptive father, you should be prepared to be killed by my adoptive father. So the brothers deserved to die." Billy sneered with disdain. "Very good," my Shiranui said fiercely, "then you should go to hell too." With that, my Shiranui's aura burst out, forming a fiercely burning reddish-yellow high-temperature flame around her body. Then, following my Shiranui's forward movement, she rushed to Billy on the opposite side. Fatal skill, Ninja B. Billy snorted coldly. He leaped high into the air. He escaped my Shiranui's Ninja B by a hair's breadth. Then Billy turned around and smashed down with his stick in the posture of splitting Mount Hua. Absolute strength, 70%. In a low voice. 2 paper fans appeared in my Shiranui's hands at some point. She unfolded them, and with her outstretched arms and body, they spun up into the air. During this process, invisible blades of air slashed at Billy, who was falling from the sky. Bang! Billy's body fell heavily to the ground. Then, my Shiranui also fell to the ground. Bang! However, at this moment, with a soft sound, my Shiranui's casual clothes exploded, turned into a pile of black ash, and drifted to the ground. Obviously, even with the protection of absolute strength, ordinary clothes were ordinary clothes, and they could not withstand the fox fire at all. So, as expected, they all turned into black ash, completely exposing my Shiranui's body to the air. Fortunately, at this time, Billy's eyes were blind because of the fall, so he did not see this erotic scene. Really? Seito, standing on a branch, pretended to mutter. He flashed and appeared in front of my Shiranui, enveloping him and my Shiranui together with the smoke caused by the removal of the transformation skill. "It's you? Why are you here?" My Shiranui, who completely ignored her exposed body, looked at Seito in front of her with flickering eyes and asked. Obviously, she, who was filled with hatred, doubted Seito's purpose. "To protect you, of course," Seito said, curling his lips. With that, he stretched out his right hand, and the combat uniform that my Shiranui often wore fell into his hand from the void. Seito put it on my Shiranui with his teleportation ability. It was also at this time that the white smoke completely dissipated. Seito turned around, looked at Billy, who was climbing up from the ground, and asked my Shiranui softly, "Woo, are you sure you want to kill him?" "What do you mean?" my Shiranui asked with a gloomy face. "Nothing. I'm just asking. If you really want to kill him, I'll help you take him down now," Seito said softly, shaking his head slightly. With that, Seito waved his hand, and a heavy invisible pressure instantly fell on Billy, whose face was ugly. With a muffled bang, he was pressed to the ground again. No matter how hard he struggled, he could not stand up from the ground. Looking at Billy on the ground, my Shiranui's face changed constantly. Seito did not speak, quietly waiting for my Shiranui's choice. After a moment, my Shiranui suddenly turned away and said to Seito in a cold tone, "Throw him out. I don't want to see him again." "Got it," Seito said briskly with the corners of his mouth raised slightly. "My Shiranui, don't think that it's over just because you let me go. As long as I'm alive, I'll come to take your life sooner or later." Billy, who was pressed to the ground, said fiercely with a ferocious face. It was not clear whether his ferocious expression was caused by his desire to get rid of the suppression, or it was really the surface of his hatred. My Shiranui ignored him, turned around and disappeared into a house. "Now, let's go," Seito said with a chuckle, lifting Billy from the ground with psychokinesis. "E2 Chung." Billy stared at Seito's face and said word by word. "What can I do for you?" Seito asked, raising his eyebrows. Billy ground his molars and did not speak, but judging from the fierce light in his eyes, his heart was absolutely full of resentment for Seito's interference. "Since there isn't, then goodbye." With that, Seito used hyperspace perception to teleport him directly to another city hundreds of kilometers away. Then Seito turned around and walked to the room where my Shiranui was. "What did you mean by what you said before?" Kneeling on the tatami, my Shiranui asked with a cold face as she watched Seito walk into the room from the door. "Do you remember why King left?" Seito, who did not care about my Shiranui's expression, walked to the opposite side of her and sat down cross-legged. He raised his head and looked straight into my Shiranui's eyes. Recalling the reason for King's departure, my Shiranui could not help but frown. According to my speculation, this should be a trap. Then Sei-Ito told her his speculation in full detail. In order to avoid you from being in danger, I've been staying nearby to check the situation of the Taoist Hall. I was afraid that my speculation would come true. Sei-Ito finally said, "Now it seems that my worries were not superfluous. Thank you." My Shiranui was silent for a moment and then thanked him in a low voice. "It's nothing. I volunteered to do this for you." Sei-Ito chuckled. My Shiranui raised her head and looked at Sei-Ito with a complicated look in her eyes. Then she opened her mouth and wanted to say something. But before she could speak, Sei-Ito raised his hand and interrupted her. "I can probably guess what you're going to say, but it doesn't matter. I can wait until you can accept me without hindrance." "Thank you." My Shiranui was silent for a moment and then thanked him again in a low voice. "Well, have a good rest. I believe that with Billy's cleverness, he won't bother you again for a while." Sei-Ito shook his head slightly and chuckled. "As for the damaged part outside, I'll come back tomorrow to help you repair it." "That's a deal." Seeing that my Shiranui was about to refuse, Sei-Ito quickly interrupted her. Seeing this, my Shiranui could not say anything more and nodded in agreement. Then Sei-Ito chatted with my Shiranui for a while, got up and left, quickly disappearing into the thick night. Chapter 16-19. A month's time was neither too long nor too short. Unknowingly, it had flown by. "I'm a doctor. I need to confirm your recovery condition." In the villa that Sei-Ito bought in the suburbs of Tokyo, Sei-Ito pretended to be serious as he looked at Chun-Li, who was wearing trousers and a short-sleeved shirt. Her exposed arms and face were still wrapped in bandages. "No need. I'm not blind. I can distinguish my own physical condition." Chun-Li retorted with disdain. "I'm a doctor. I have the final say." Sei-Ito insisted. "What do you mean you're a doctor and you have the final say? Aren't you just taking advantage of me? It was fine in the past, but it's absolutely not now." Chun-Li insisted in a determined tone. "You're slandering me," Sei-Ito retorted loudly. Then he changed his tone and continued, "Since I've seen it before, it doesn't make a difference this time. I said no means no." Chun-Li refused unceremoniously. "Forget it. Anyway, you'll be mine sooner or later. I have plenty of time to appreciate it by then." Sei-Ito curled his lips. After that, he pretended to be angry as he turned around and walked away. However, a somewhat evil smirk appeared on Sei-Ito's face. "In your dreams," Chun-Li snorted coldly. She turned and walked into the bedroom on the side and slammed the door. Bang. In fact, the reason for the quarrel between the two was very simple. It was the problem of the final diagnosis. After this month of treatment, Chun-Li's body had completely recovered to its original level without any accidents. Her skin was smooth, white, and delicate. Her figure was charming, so Sei-Ito planned to use the identity of a doctor to appreciate Chun-Li's smooth body. However, it was obvious that Chun-Li, who had regained her freedom, didn't want to let Sei-Ito take advantage of her. So, she firmly refused his request for the final diagnosis and went back to the house to undress herself. In the bedroom, Chun-Li, who was standing in front of a dressing mirror, slowly took off her clothes. Soon, Chun-Li, who was covered in bandages and looked like a mummy, appeared in front of the mirror. At this moment, Chun-Li began to remove the bindings on her body bit by bit. It would only take 3 to 4 minutes. A bright and clean Chun-Li replaced the mummy in the reflection of the mirror. Chun-Li threw away the bandage in her hand. With a face full of joy, he reached out and touched the skin on his arm, feeling the smooth and soft touch. "Looks like he has completely recovered." However, at this moment, Ito-sei's familiar voice rang in Chun-Li's ears, who was immersed in joy. Needless to say, he must have used teleportation to sneak in. He heard a sound. Chun-Li didn't even think about it as she turned her body abruptly. He swept his leg towards Seito's head. Seito raised his arm. He easily blocked Chun-Li's leg sweep. Not bad indeed. Seito then reached out and gently pinched Chun-Li's inner thigh. He nodded affirmatively, pretending to be serious. You bastard! Chun-Li, whose face was full of anger, gritted her teeth and said. Then, she jumped and kicked Seito's chest with her other leg. Seito dodged and dodged Chun-Li's attack. Covering her chest with her hand, Chun-Li jumped back and landed on the ground again. Then she stepped on her feet and flipped forward. She opened her legs in a head-down manner. Her legs rotated at high speed like the propellers of a helicopter and kicked Ito-sei, who was on the side. Seito dodged and disappeared from where he was and appeared where Chun-Li was originally standing. Pada. Chun-Li, who had used her ultimate skill, landed on the ground again. She frowned and looked at Seito opposite her. Is that your superpower? Chun-Li asked. Yes. Seito admitted honestly. Just now, you used that ability to come in, right? Chun-Li asked again. Seito nodded again and admitted. You're really a pervert, Chun-Li said sarcastically. Then, she walked to the clothes on the side and bent down to pick up the trousers and short-sleeved shirt on the ground. She turned around and put on the two clothes. I have a gift for you. Seito looked at Chun-Li, who had her back facing him, and said. Chun-Li, who had tied the belt of her trousers, turned around and looked at Seito with some doubt. But that gift is quite big. I need to use that ability just now to bring you to a place. Seito walked towards Chun-Li and said. Chun-Li heard this and showed a suspicious expression on her face. I promise that you'll definitely like that gift. At this time, Seito had already walked to Chun-Li's side. Chun-Li looked at him quietly for a moment and did not say anything. Seeing this, Seito, who knew that Chun-Li did not object to him touching her, did not hesitate and immediately reached out to hug Chun-Li's waist. Let's go. The next moment, Seito and Chun-Li both disappeared together. This is... Looking at the unfamiliar environment in front of her, Chun-Li couldn't help but ask. This was a closed space, in the shape of a cuboid, with an overall area of about 160 square meters. The inside was surrounded by beige square tiles that were slightly larger than an adult's palm. Except for a large chandelier on the ceiling, there were no decorations. It looked like an experimental cell used to imprison monsters. Seito smiled and did not explain. Then, he raised his hand and snapped his fingers. At this time, a muffled buzz sound was heard, and a door-shaped crack immediately appeared on the wall opposite Chun-Li. Then, the figure of a middle-aged man in a red police uniform with a fierce face walked out from the inside. Vega! Seeing the figure, Chun-Li immediately shouted angrily. That's right, this person is the boss of Street Fighter, Chun-Li's father's murderer, Big Policeman Vega. During the month of treating Chun-Li, Seito relied on shadow clone technique and instant transmission to maintain the relationship with Chun-Li, Mai Shiranui, and Charmy. The rest of the time was to explore the whereabouts of Vega through his men scattered all over the world. Finally, 5 days ago, Seito learned the exact whereabouts of Vega, and he set off that night to take down the secret base where he was. That was where the secret room where Seito and Chun-Li were now. Now, he is yours, Seito whispered in Chun-Li's ear. Then, he let go of Chun-Li's waist and disappeared from the secret room in a flash. He appeared in the monitoring room connected to this secret room and sat down on the boss chair in front of the console. He crossed his legs and watched the next match through the screen. Vega. Chun-Li's face was full of uncontrollable anger. Who are you? Vega asked with an indifferent expression. Do you remember Dorai, the Interpol officer who was killed by you more than 10 years ago? Chun-Li asked in a deep voice. Who is that? Vega asked with a calm look in his eyes. Since he established the Shadow Technique organization, He has killed a lot of people over the years. Although not all of them were strong in the Interpol and the US military, which one of them was not strong in the light movement, he was not in the mood to remember every guy he killed. Bastard. Seeing that Vega didn't even remember who her father was, Chun-Li could no longer suppress the anger in her heart and scolded. Seeing how excited you are, that person must be your relative, right? Vega's mouth curled up slightly, revealing a slightly ferocious smile. That's right, Dorai is my father. Chun-Li suppressed her excitement and replied. If that's the case, then I'll be kind and send you to heaven to meet him. Ha 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 ha. Vega's smile became more ferocious, and then he laughed loudly. Damn it, I'll kill you! Chun-Li shouted angrily, jumped in front of Vega, and kicked Vega's head. Vega's figure flashed, leaving a human-shaped energy phantom on the spot, and appeared behind Chun-Li. Then, he flipped over and jumped up, and used both feet to kick Chun-Li's back. Double kick assault. Bang bang. Chun-Li's body was kicked out with great force. Vega's body floated and flew toward Chun-Li. Chun-Li got up from the ground, turned her head halfway, and kicked out. Vega's way of dealing with it was even simpler. He still appeared in front of Chun-Li with an energy dodge, and then sent her flying with an uppercut. Then, Vega threw a purple energy ball into the open space in front of him. The energy ball flew forward quickly, and very cleverly hit Chun-Li's body, who happened to fall. Bang! The energy ball exploded. Bang! The resulting shockwave hit Chun-Li to the ground. Vega is indeed a boss second only to Grand Ghost. His spiritual power is really good. It seems that for the current Chun-Li, it's still a bit difficult. Saito, who saw everything in the secret room through the surveillance screen, sighed softly. Vega had a ferocious smile on his face, and walked step by step toward Chun-Li, who had fallen to the ground. You want to take revenge with this level of strength? You're really overestimating yourself. Vega's tone was full of disdain. Chun-Li struggled to support her body from the ground, turned her head, and looked at Vega with a fierce gaze. Yah! When Vega was close to a certain distance, Chun-Li used one hand to support her body, and then kicked Vega's legs. Vega sneered and jumped up from the ground. His hands hugged his shoulders, and his legs were close together, and his body landed straight on Chun-Li's body. Bang! Chun-Li's waist was stepped on, and she fell to the ground again. Using the rebound force from Chun-Li's body, Vega jumped into the air again and flipped a few times. Using inertia and falling force, he used his elbows to hit Chun-Li's body. Chun-Li endured the pain in her waist, and turned around, crossing her arms in front of her body. Bang! Chun-Li quickly slid back along the ground. Chapter 1620. Vega flipped over and landed on the ground. That's enough. You can stop now. Just as Vega was about to approach Chun-Li again, Saito's voice reverberated through the hidden speaker in the secret room. Hearing Saito's voice, Vega's eyes immediately became blank as if he was a puppet that had lost its soul. He stopped in place. Then Saito's figure appeared beside Chun-Li and reached out to help her up. How are you feeling? Saito asked in a concerned tone. What's the matter with him? Chun-Li turned her head and stared straight into Saito's eyes. My gift to you. Saito looked back at Chun-Li without blinking and smiled. How did you know about me? Chun-Li asked. In fact, even if she didn't ask, Chun-Li could guess that it was nothing more than an investigation. However, she didn't expect Saito to be so powerful. Not only did he investigate her relationship with Vega, but he also directly sent Vega to her. This made Chun-Li re-evaluate Saito's existence. I used some methods to investigate your information. I'm sorry. Saito apologized in a sincere tone. Chun-Li looked deeply at Saito in front of her, then turned her head to look at Vega, who was standing there in a daze, and asked again, What's the matter with him? After learning about your situation, I mobilized my forces to track Vega's tracks, then sent people to attack his secret base, which is where we are now, and captured him. Seito turned his head to look at Vega and explained. Then what's the matter with this? Chunli pointed at Vega and asked again. A captive is a captive. A gift is a gift. In order to prevent him from hurting you, I used hypnotism to plant a command in his consciousness. I can control whether he turns back into the original Vega or a puppet through voice. Seito understood what Chunli was asking. Chunli retracted her gaze and looked at Seito in front of her again. She asked slowly and seriously, Then, who are you? I am me, Chun Shicheng, a person with power. However, I am someone who likes you very much. Seito's expression was serious. He replied with a serious expression. Chunli didn't say anything, and Seito quietly looked at each other. After a moment, Chunli turned her head and said, Thank you, I like this gift of yours. She looked to Vega, who was standing there in a daze. It's good that you like it. Seito smiled. What are you going to do with him? Itose asked. Since you can control his consciousness, then you can make him confess all his past criminal record. Chunli thought for a moment and decided. This was in line with her identity as an Interpol, and it was the same as her original philosophy. Aren't you going to take revenge on him personally? Seito asked. Although I want to. But I don't think my father will agree with my approach. And don't forget, I am also an Interpol. Using this kind of violent method to complete revenge is also contrary to my professional values. Chunli shook her head slightly and said softly. When she said this, Chunli seemed to see the smile of her father, who was also an Interpol. In front of her eyes, however, Seito noticed that what Chunli said was her professional values, not her personal philosophy. Obviously, she herself also had the traditional martial arts mentality of paying blood for blood. Presumably, this had something to do with the influence of her later teacher, Yuan. Yuan was a rare assassin who was proficient in dark assassination boxing. He was a martial arts master who had fought hundreds of battles. He alone created the mournful assassination style and the forbidden style fighting style. How righteous could his ideology be? Not teaching Chunli to be a bad person like his son In Heong was already being kind to his friend, Chunli's father. Well, he is your gift. You have the final say. Seito shrugged indifferently and said casually. Chunli smiled and didn't speak. Then Seito walked in front of Vega, and through the control command, he made Vega confess his crimes over the years one by one. During this process, as an Interpol, Chunli, who had been tracking him for many years, also interjected from time to answer the doubts she had encountered in the years of handling cases. In this way, a few hours passed in the blink of an eye. With this evidence, it's enough for him to die 10 times. Seito handed a thick stack of paper documents to Chunli. Don't make it sound so barbaric. Chunli, who took the documents, rolled her eyes at Seito and said, Although what you said is the truth, it doesn't necessarily mean that you will use the death penalty to end his life. The most likely result is that he will be sentenced to life imprisonment and locked up in a prison for felons for the rest of his life. How to put it, although this world had grandmasters of combat, superpowers, and other messy things, the legal progress of each country wasn't much different from the main world. They were all gradually abolishing the death penalty and changing felons to life imprisonment. I'm afraid you won't be able to lock him up. Seito sighed. Others didn't know about Vega's situation, but as the one who captured him personally, Seito knew very well. Vega was an expert who had powerful mental strength and the means to use it. Things like modifying memories and controlling other people's consciousness were completely child's play to him. In the original work, Cammy was a real victim in this aspect. Even more exaggerated was that it was not impossible to take over someone's body from a distance, just like the primordial spirit of the cultivators. What do you mean? Chunli was puzzled. Hearing Chunli's question, Sei-Ito didn't hide anything and explained Vega's situation in detail. Hearing this, Chunli couldn't help but hesitate. Then do you have a way to solve this? After a moment, Chunli, who thought of something, turned to look at Sei-Ito and asked. I do have a way, but why should I contribute it? Sei-Ito raised his eyebrows and looked at Chunli with a smile that wasn't a smile. You really don't have a sense of civility, Chunli said hatefully. Then she changed the topic and asked, Tell me, what do I have to do to make you willing to tell me the method? It's very simple, you have to kiss me. Sei-Ito pointed at his lips and smiled. And you have to pay attention, I'm not talking about the kind of kiss that will separate after a touch, but the kind of French kiss between couples. You, Chunli said angrily. It's up to you to say it or not. You want me to kiss you? No way. Chunli snorted coldly, turned her head to the side and said angrily. Then forget it. Anyway, it has nothing to do with me whether Vega runs away or not. Sei-Ito said indifferently. The two ignored each other and were in a stalemate. Okay, let's go back. After a few minutes, Sei-Ito, who felt bored, said, What about him? Chunli asked. What do you think? After all, he is now your thing. Sei-Ito asked back. Then please take him with you. Chunli said with a sullen face. Up to you. Sei-Ito said indifferently, then he hugged Chunli's waist with one hand and grabbed Vega's collar with the other. He launched instant transmission and disappeared from this secret base that he had already emptied, returning to the villa in the suburbs of Tokyo. I'm going to make a phone call. Chunli broke away from Sei-Ito's arms and walked quickly to the phone on the side. In this regard, Sei-Ito naturally had no reason to stop her. He left Vega, who was still like an idol, and turned back to his bedroom. Then after about half an hour, 3 heavily armed escort vehicles appeared outside the villa. Needless to say, it must be Chunli who called them. Sure enough, in the next moment, the messy footsteps passed through the barrier of the door and faintly passed into Sei-Ito's ears. Then, under the gaze of his mental power, several men in police uniforms tied Vega into a dumpling with restraints that were specially used to restrain mental patients. They then lifted him together, transported him out of the villa, and moved him into the prisoner van. Dong dong dong. Then after waiting for another 10 seconds, a rhythmic knock on the door sounded. Sei-Ito got up, walked to the front of the guard, and reached out to open the door. The person outside the door was Chunli. I'm leaving. After a moment of silence, Chunli said softly with a touch of hesitation on her face. Will you come back? Sei-Ito asked with a flat expression. Chunli was silent. In fact, regarding this question, she didn't understand it herself. Leave your phone number, so it's convenient for me to contact you when I miss you. Sei-Ito grinned and said softly. Okay. Chunli agreed softly, then gave Sei-Ito a set of phone numbers. This is mine. If you miss me, call me. I'll rush over to see you as soon as possible. Sei-Ito, who also gave her his phone number, chuckled. Okay. Surprisingly, Chunli didn't refute. Then, I'm leaving. After a few seconds of silence, Chunli spoke again. Okay, be careful. Sei-Ito said softly. Chunli looked at Sei-Ito, but didn't say anything. She turned around and was about to go downstairs. However, at this moment, Sei-Ito, who had been motionless, suddenly reached out and grabbed Chunli's arm. With a gentle tug, he pulled Chunli's body into his arms. Then, he lowered his head and kissed her lips without hesitation. His tongue stuck out of her mouth and invaded her territory. Chunli, who was suddenly attacked, first froze, then she quickly relaxed and let Sei-Ito kiss her passionately. You really are a bastard. After a moment, Chunli, who separated from Sei-Ito, cursed in a low voice with reddened cheeks. Then, with a slight struggle, she broke free from Sei-Ito's arms and turned around to go downstairs without hesitation. Bang! After a while, the sound of the door closing faintly came. Seito walked to the window of the bedroom and watched Chuanli, who also looked back at the window, get into the police car and leave. Chapter 16:21. P.S. Thank you to Z by Supernatural Strength, Wongit, and Ling Zirwei for their precious monthly votes. Thank you to Instant Potato and NXCX for their tip. 5% of the Ultimate Strength Ninja B. With a soft shout, my Shiranui, who was wearing a red-faced, white-edged ninja suit that exposed her legs, arms, and breasts, burst into flames. Then, with her movement, she bumped into Seito opposite her. Whoosh! The blazing heat and the whistling sound of breaking through the air came immediately. With a smile on his face, Seito stretched out one hand and used his mind to support an arc-shaped mental barrier. Boom! The next moment the two collided fiercely. The flames exploded and spread, but without exception, they all failed to break through the seemingly thin but solid mental barrier, which was as strong as a rock in the sea. Finally, they helplessly dissipated in the air. Although I knew it would be like this, it's really unsatisfying. My Shiranui, who had finished casting her ultimate skill, retreated from the mental barrier and complained unhappily. You should be content. Don't forget that there are still a large group of people who don't know what the ultimate strength is. I believe that with this strength, your female fighting team will definitely shine in this year's competition. Seito put down his arm and chuckled. Thump, thump, thump. However, at this moment, a rhythmic knocking sound came from the door of the Taoist hall. Excuse me, is Miss Mai Shiranui here? Then, a male voice came in. Mai Shiranui looked at Seito with a puzzled expression. Then she raised her voice and said, Please wait a moment. I'll go out and have a look. After greeting Seito, Mai Shiranui walked quickly to the door of the Taoist hall. Soon, the figure of a young man wearing a green express delivery uniform came into her sight. Gulp. Seeing Mai Shiranui in sexy clothes, the courier swallowed subconsciously. Hello, I'm Mai Shiranui. Mai Shiranui, who walked to the door, bowed slightly and said politely, Hello, Miss Mai Shiranui. There's a express for you. When the courier came to his senses, he quickly put away his perverted look, pulled out an envelope from his pocket in a flurry, and handed it to Mai Shiranui. Mai Shiranui reached out to take the letter, lowered her head, and casually flipped through it. The envelope of the letter was simple. There was nothing else on the envelope except for the lettering on the envelope. It looked like a letter that had been sent to the customer through an improper channel, or a letter that had been handed over by someone close to the customer. Please sign here. The courier handed the signed book to Mai Shiranui. All right. Mai Shiranui took the autograph book, picked up an oil pen tied to a string, and wrote her name in the recipient's column. Sorry to trouble you, Mai Shiranui said politely as she handed the signed book back to the courier. I'll take my leave now. The delivery man took back the autographed book and bowed. He then walked away quickly in a panic. After a while, he disappeared from Mai Shiranui's sight. Mai Shiranui took the letter and returned to the Taoist hall with a puzzled look on her face. What's the matter? Seito asked casually as he looked at Mai Shiranui, who had returned. It's the postman. Someone sent me a letter. But the envelope is a little strange. Everything is written on it, Mai Shiranui replied casually. Then you'll know what's going on when you open it, Seito said with a smile. That's true, Mai Shiranui echoed and then opened the envelope in front of Seito. Then a gorgeous red invitation letter appeared in front of her and Seito. Mai Shiranui looked up at Seito and opened the invitation letter. We hereby invite you to participate in the King of Fighters competition to be held in a month. The organizing committee of the King of Fighters competition. XX 1997. 3 lines of content were written from left to right. Speak of the devil and he will appear. Itose, who had also read the content, chuckled. It was now March of 1997, exactly 1 year after the last meeting. In the past year, Seito's life had been very fulfilling. He had even been so fulfilled that he had to use the shadow clone to help. As for the reason, it was very simple. It was to accompany Charmy, my Shiranui king, and maintain the ambiguous relationship with Mary, Chun-Li, and Athena. But to be honest, if it were just Mary, Chun-Li, and Athena, it would not take too much effort. After all, the first two were already Interpol officers and often had big cases to investigate. They rarely had time to date, and most of the time they contacted each other by phone. The latter, on the other hand, had her master and the infatuated Shiguanchong. Except for the excuse of promoting a special album or recording a song, it did not take much time for them to meet in private. But the trouble was that he had to accompany my Shiranui. In order to integrate himself into my Shiranui's life faster, after accompanying my Shiranui through the emotional trauma caused by Andy's death, Seito rushed to my Shiranui's dojo every day on the pretext of being a sparring partner to practice with my Shiranui, who had devoted almost all her energy to cultivation. It was precisely because of this that my Shiranui could comprehend absolute power to 100% in just 1 year with the help of the outbreak of the last conference, and further comprehend the ultimate power. In this way, the time spent with Charmy and King was inevitably affected, so he had to use the shadow clone technique to make up for it. But as the saying goes, how much effort you put in, how much you reap. Therefore, after a year of companionship and strategy, the relationship between Seito and the girls had made great progress. Basically, they had all reached the level of ordinary friends, but not yet lovers. They only needed a suitable opportunity to smoothly step into the ranks of lovers. Their relationship with Mary and Chun-Li had even reached the point where they could do some things that only couples could do, such as kissing, holding hands, and hugging. King and Athena's words were a little off, but it was okay to touch their hands occasionally. The only thing that troubled Seito was that he didn't know why. King's younger brother didn't have a good impression of him. Although he didn't stop him from dating King, he didn't try to match Itazaki Yoshi as hard as he did in the original work. "When are you going to leave?" Seito looked up at my Shiranui and asked. "In 2 days," my Shiranui thought for a moment and said. "Well, let me know the day you leave and I'll see you off at the airport," Seito nodded and said. "Okay," my Shiranui replied softly. "Then let's continue. After all, this may be the last practice between the two of us before the end of the conference," Seito said with a chuckle. "Okay." My Shiranui threw the invitation on the floor of a nearby room, and then shouted. She launched an attack on Seito. The sound of fierce battle immediately echoed throughout the dojo of my Shiranui 2 days later, in the waiting hall of Tokyo International Airport. "I'm leaving," my Shiranui said to Seito. She was wearing a pair of blue jeans that wrapped around her slender legs and a pale yellow breathable sweater that covered her upper body. Her long black hair was tied into a high ponytail in the ancient style. "Okay, be careful on the way," Seito said with a smile. "By the way, are you really not going to participate in this conference?" My Shiranui, who was about to turn around and enter the boarding gate, suddenly thought of something and asked. "No. For me, this kind of conference is boring." Seito shook his head. "Indeed, if you play, we have no hope of winning the championship." My Shiranui, who had been with Seito for a year, nodded and admitted. She had a general idea of his strength. "So I won't join in the fun," Seito said indifferently. "Okay, that's enough. Remember to cheer for us when the time comes." My Shiranui smiled, turned around, and waved goodbye to Seito while pulling the small salutation box to the boarding gate. Seito, who was standing in the hall, also waved his arm gently and watched my Shiranui disappear in the boarding gate. "It's time to do another thing." Seeing my Shiranui's figure disappear, Seito withdrew his gaze. He turned around and left the waiting hall, thinking to himself. More than 40 minutes later, Seito came to the door of a private high school, but at this time, his appearance had changed. At this time, he was about 1.8 meters tall, wearing black trousers and a white shirt, and a black robe with a red and yellow sun pattern on the back. He had short hair and a white cloth belt on his forehead. This image was the classic appearance of Kyo Kusanagi, one of the 3 divine artifacts. Seito, who had transformed into Kyo Kusanagi, straightened his clothes and walked into the campus with a proud face. Whoosh! A few minutes later, Seito came to the door of a classroom and opened the sliding door at the end of the classroom. Hearing the sound, the students in the class turned their heads and looked at the door. Seito ignored the students in the classroom and the sullen teacher on the podium. He went straight to a short-haired girl, grabbed her arm, and pulled her out of the classroom without saying a word. Clatter, because of the forced pull, the chairs and tables were inevitably touched, and the friction with the ground made a messy sound. "Hey, Kyo Kusanagi, what are you doing?" the girl who was pulled said unhappily. "I have something to do," Seito said coolly. Knowing that she couldn't win, the girl had to give up struggling helplessly. Then she turned her head and winked at the other 2 girls in the class at the same time, meaning to remember to help her pack her bag and write down the class note. Then she and Kyo Kusanagi disappeared behind the closed door. Bang! "Kyo, where are we going?" After a while, the girl who saw that she was being pulled farther and farther away asked with a puzzled look. "The beach," Seito said with few words. He couldn't help it. Who told him not to know Kyo Kusanagi's usual appearance and habits? Moreover, the girl he was pulling was Kyo Kusanagi's family, Daimon Goro, and Hanamara's girlfriend who knew him the best. It was better not to say too much and arouse the suspicion of the other party. That's right, the girl behind him was the one who inherited the unlucky character Kaki Inada. In the original work, she was chosen as the host by Orochi and was captured by the Shichika Society. Seito's purpose of finding her was very simple. It was to control her before the Shichika Society. In case of an accident, Kyo Kusanagi couldn't save her from the Shichika Society and let Orochi resurrect in its full state. Although he might not be able to defeat Orochi in its full state, it was better to have less trouble. After all, it was hard to determine the status of a star spirit. Who knows if a complete Orochi would directly become Gaia, the mother of the earth, and then become a monster above the golden immortal level. "The beach, why are we going there?" Kaki Inada said inexplicably. Seito didn't answer and quickened his pace. "Kyo, you are very strange today." After a while, Kaki Inada frowned and said. She felt that Kyo Kusanagi's behavior was very strange today. "Strange?" Seito chuckled. At this time, the 2 had walked out of the campus and stopped on a street with few pedestrians and cars. "Yes, very strange." Kaki Inada nodded and said. She didn't feel the danger yet. "Then let's do this," Seito said softly as he turned to face Kaki Inada. As soon as he finished speaking, his eyes lit up. 2 beams of silver light shot out from his eyes and went straight into Chi Tianchua's eyes. She was immediately under his control. Then, Seito reached out and pointed at Kaki Inada. In an instant, 8 tiny light spots the size of fireflies suddenly appeared on top of Kaki Inada's head and under her feet. Then, like a laser, they shot out a green ray and connected themselves with the other light spots, forming a rectangular cube that wrapped around Kaki Inada's body. Then, the cube began to shrink, and so did Kaki Inada inside. In 5 or 6 seconds, it shrank to the size of a palm and flew into Seito's palm. Looking at the sealed crystal in his hand, Seito smiled and put away the crystal. He deactivated the transformation technique and changed back to his original appearance. Then, he used instant transmission and disappeared. The next second, he appeared in the villa he bought. But at this time, there was another green-haired woman in the living room of the villa. "C, how do you feel today?" Itose asked with a smile as he looked at C, who was wearing a black gothic dress and sitting on the sofa. She was eating pizza on the coffee table in front of her while watching a boring program on TV. I don't need to guide you. I don't feel good. CC replied casually. You don't need it now, but you will need it soon. Seito walked to CC and sat down. Then we will see. CC took out a small piece of pizza from the pizza box and put it in her mouth. Chapter 16:22. Oh yeah, where's Iris? Seito turned his head and asked when he realized there was one person missing in the room. She went shopping, CC replied casually. TSK, she really doesn't get tired of it. Itose took a piece of pizza and put it into his mouth. He said vaguely, You'd be the same if you were imprisoned in a place for a few years, CC. Glanced at Seito and said calmly. However, her behavior made it hard to tell if she was dissatisfied with Seito's behavior of stealing her pizza or if she was simply looking down on his lack of intelligence for asking such a stupid question. Walala, it was also at this moment that a burst of noise came from the door. Then the voice paused. Then, a young woman about 1.6 meters tall walked in. She was dressed in a pink dress with a red short-sleeved jacket. Her long brown hair was combed into a thick braid at the back of her head. Hey, she's back, CC said as she looked at the woman who walked in. Needless to say, this person was the Iris that Seito mentioned just now. Bang! The door was closed. Oh, you're back. Iris, who had just taken off her shoes and walked into the living room, was delighted when she saw Seito sitting on the sofa. Did you go shopping again? Seito asked with a smile. I missed being able to walk on the ground with my real body and interact with strangers, Iris said with a gentle smile on her face. Then, her expression changed slightly and she continued with a slightly more serious tone. But it's just as you said. This planet is brewing darkness, and it's coming from the planet itself. It wants to clean up. I really don't know what the humans here did to make the planet that nurtured them release such thoughts. It can't be helped. This is the inevitable contradiction between the development of humans and the ideals of the star spirit. Not every planet has a kind person like you in charge of the planet's consciousness, Seito sighed helplessly. That's right, this woman in red was the embodiment of a planet's consciousness, a star spirit. Her full name was Iris Gainsborough. She was the personality of the planet's will in the Final Fantasy world that Seito had once devoured. As for why she appeared in human form, the reason was very simple. Using a technology from the Grim Reaper world, artificial skeleton, this problem was completely solved. After all, in terms of form and nature, a star spirit was just a high-level evolved form of a soul and could be treated as a different kind of Grim Reaper. The only problem was that the star spirit's artificial skeleton needed to be specially modified, which wasn't a problem at all for Landau, who had begun to master the spiritual technology of various worlds. Don't say that. I believe that once this world becomes part of your world, it will also change, Iris said softly. I hope so. Otherwise, I will have to give it another personality, Seito said with a noncommittal smile. Then, a few days passed unknowingly. This afternoon, in the southern town of the United States, a tall woman in a leather jacket and long pants and a pair of sunglasses pushed open the door of the Phantom Bar, which had just opened, and stepped into the bar. Welcome. She wore a black and white maid uniform that exposed her thighs. The waitress, Lisa, who had a pair of white stockings wrapped around her legs, said, "Where's your boss?" The woman raised her hand and took off the sunglasses on her face, revealing her face. She asked, "She's in the back checking the wine cellar." Lisa felt that the woman in front of her was very familiar, but she couldn't remember where she had seen her before. "Can I trouble you to call her for me? Just say that an old friend has come to visit." The woman smiled. "Okay, please wait a moment." Lisa nodded and habitually greeted, then turned and walked to the back room of the bar. The woman who stood in the same place curiously sized up the bar in front of her. "Please have a seat, what would you like to drink?" Lisa's twin sister, Elizabeth, who was also wearing a very seductive maid uniform and long stockings, walked over and said. The woman nodded and sat down. "Thank you, but no need." "Then wait a moment, King should be out soon." Elizabeth nodded and said, then turned around and continued to busy herself. The moment she finished speaking, King, who was dressed in a dark red female outfit and had short blonde hair, walked out of a small door. He looked very androgynous. King, who came into the bar, looked around, then his eyes fell on the woman. "You are Chizuru Kagura?" King said with hesitation. She couldn't help it, Chizuru Kagura's identity was too big. The heir of the divine artifact was not someone she, who was only a Muay Thai champion a few years ago, could compare to. Therefore, she had some scruples about Chizuru Kagura, who obviously came from a noble family. After all, anything related to the heir of the divine artifact was not a good thing. For example, the King of Fighters tournament organized by the Kagura family last year attracted Gao Nitz, who almost caused her, Mai Shiranui, and the others to lose their lives. "That's me." The woman, who was Chizuru Kagura, stood up and smiled. "May I know why Kagura-san is looking for me?" But even though she had scruples, she couldn't just kick her out like that. That would be too rude, so she asked politely, but she gave off a faint feeling of alienation. "Then I'll be frank. I want to team up with you and Kagura-san to participate in this year's King of Fighters tournament." Chizuru Kagura went straight to the point. "This..." King's face showed hesitation. In fact, according to her original intention, King didn't want to have anything to do with Chizuru Kagura, because that would mean that she would also have to be involved with the Hero of Eight and the Orochi clan, which was completely opposite to King's goal of making money to raise her brother. Unfortunately, their original teammate Tengtong Kaori, who was brought in last year to make up the numbers, had some problems and might not be able to participate in this year's King of Fighters tournament. As a result, their team was short of one person, and they needed someone to fill in the gaps. "May I ask why you want to participate in this year's tournament, and why did you choose me and Mai to be your teammates?" King hesitated for a moment, and couldn't help but ask. "If I'm still involved with the Orochi clan, even if I don't participate in this year's tournament, I can't agree to let her join my team," King thought to himself. "You know my identity and mission, so the reason I want to participate in this tournament is very simple. I want to see if there's a chance to seal the Orochi clan. Based on my family's intelligence and the situation of the seal, there's evidence that the Orochi clan will appear again." Chizuru Kagura didn't hide anything and honestly stated her reason. As for her identity, in the past year, although Chizuru Kagura's family had tried to downplay some things through official means, they still couldn't withstand the strong publicity from the media network controlled by Seito. Therefore, it was safe to say that now everyone in the world had heard of her, Kyo Kusanagi and Iori Yagami. They knew who they were and what mission they had. At most, they just hadn't seen their faces. As for the reason why I chose you guys, it's because I'm also a woman, and I want to use my identity as a woman to do something that will make men look at me differently. For example, becoming the champion of the King of Fighters tournament, Chizuru Kagura continued. Her words touched King's heart. Back then, she was dissatisfied with Muay Thai's discrimination against women, and she happened to need money to treat her brother's illness. Therefore, she disguised herself as a man and participated in the Muay Thai tournament, and finally won the championship. To be honest, if it weren't for the Orochi clan, I would welcome you to join us. But unfortunately, your goal is the Orochi clan, and this is your mission. I don't want to get involved in this kind of thing, so please allow me to refuse." Although King was tempted by Chizuru Kagura's words, he still shook his head. Chizuru Kagura frowned when she heard that. But just as she was about to say something, a cheerful voice sounded in the bar. "Sister King, I'm back." Chizuru Kagura and King turned their heads at the same time. In an instant, Mai Shiranui, who was carrying a lot of things in her hands, came into their sight. "Hey, Chizuru Kagura, why are you here?" Mai Shiranui asked curiously when she saw Chizuru Kagura. "I'm here to ask to join your team and participate in the King of Fighters tournament with you." Before King could speak, Chizuru Kagura took the initiative to explain her intentions. "Really? That's great. Our team happens to be short of one person, and we were worried about where to find a replacement." Mai Shiranui didn't think much about it and immediately said with a surprised expression. Hearing Mai Shiranui's words, King's face showed a helpless expression. "What's the matter, Sister King?" Mai Shiranui asked curiously when she saw King's expression. "Forget it, that's it." King shook his head, then looked up at Chizuru Kagura with a serious expression and continued, "We can participate in this year's King of Fighters tournament with you, but I want to make it clear that Mai and I won't get involved in the conflict between your artifact and the Orochi clan. Please forgive us." "Okay." Chizuru Kagura smiled. "Welcome to the team." King extended his hand. "Thank you." Chizuru Kagura reached out and shook King's hand. Just like that, under the inertia of the world's correcting power, the new female team of fighters was officially formed. Then, that night, in Nantown, Mary's figure appeared in the town and went straight to Billy, who had become the leader of the men. Accompanying her was a burly man with his left hand in his trouser pocket, Yamazaki Ruji. Chapter 1623. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed, and the day of the King of Fighters tournament finally arrived. The rules of this tournament were basically the same as last year's. First, a preliminary round would be held in each country to select several teams that could participate in the semifinals. Then, lots would be drawn and the venue would be chosen for the semifinals. In the end, the two winning teams would return to Japan and compete in the finals in the Yodo Stadium. There was nothing much to say about the preliminary round. It was just a competition between the supporting teams and the supporting teams. Therefore, it was no surprise that all the supporting teams won the championship of their respective countries and were officially qualified to enter the semifinals. However, at this time, two unique people attracted the attention of the audience. They were Iori Yagami, who had a special invitation letter from the organizer and was going to compete alone. The other was Shingo Yagami, who got an invitation letter from an unknown place. He didn't team up with other teammates and fought to the end, but surprisingly, he won the championship. He claimed to be Kyo Kusunagi's disciple, Shingo Yagami. In addition, there was another team that took the original position of Team Hungry Wolves and qualified for the semifinals. "I didn't expect the three of them to appear in advance," Seito chuckled as he saw the appearance of the three members of that team through the TV broadcast. "Do you know them?" Iris asked curiously. "Yes, I met them once," Seito answered casually. It turned out that the three of them were none other than the team that was supposed to appear in 1998, but whose invitation letter was snatched away by Seito in 1995. They were the American sports team. Then, the two stopped talking. They continued to watch the drawing of lots on the TV. "Let's welcome the representative of Japan to the stage," the host announced on the TV. Then the scene changed. The camera aimed at the position of the Japanese team. Then, Hanamaru, who was dressed like a cowherd, walked out of the team arrogantly and stepped onto the stage with the camera following him. He waved his arms at the audience in a showy manner. Needless to say, the shouts of a group of brainless fans faintly came from the TV. "Please draw your lot," the host reminded. Hanamaru walked to the lot box and casually took out a ball from the box. "Number 5, the host announced at the right time. At the same time, a beautifully dressed woman walked to a small whiteboard prepared in advance and wrote the name of the Japanese team below the corresponding black line with a black signal pen. "Let's welcome the representative of the Brazilian mercenary team to the stage," the host announced again. Hearing the announcement, Clark raised his hand to adjust his head and walked out of the group. Just like that, under the host's call, all 10 teams, including Shingo Yabuki's solo team, drew lots for the competition. Their order was: Number 1 Superpower Team, Number 2 the Brazilian Mercenary Team, Number 3 the Avengers, Number 4 Hellband, Number 5 Japan's Representative Team, Number 6 Korea, Number 7 Dragon Tiger Fist Team, Number 8 American Sports Team, Number 9 Rookie Girl Character Fighting Team, Number 10 Team Shingo Yabuki. Among them, the Avengers team was made up of Billy Kane, Mary, and Yamazaki Ryu. As for the name of the team, it was because the team leader was Billy, and his goal was to kill Mai Shiranui in the competition. That was why the team was given this unlovable name. As for Iori Yagami, who was also in the solo competition, Chizuru Kagura used her connections to send him directly to the semi-finals. After all, if she wanted to complete the seal on the Orochi clan, Iori Yagami, who was also the inheritor of the artifact, was indispensable. Then, the teams drew lots again. They chose the national venue for the competition. There was nothing else to say. Therefore, 3 days later, in the morning, the Superpower Team and the Brazilian Mercenary Team officially began their battle on Mount Lu in China. The process was simple. Although the training time was short, and the training process was always interrupted. Until now, Athena still hadn't been able to make her spirit power evolve into psychokinesis, but in terms of the comprehension of absolute power, she didn't stop improving. Until the day before the competition began, her comprehension of absolute power stopped at 99%. She was only a little bit away from reaching the perfect state and attacking the ultimate power. Therefore, when she faced Clark and Ralph, whose comprehension of absolute power was only around 70% or 80%, she almost crushed them. In addition, she was getting more and more familiar with the usage of her spirit power. After paying a certain price, she eliminated the 2 of them. However, Athena had basically completed the test of her cultivation result. When she faced Loanna, she surrendered and replaced her with Shikuni Takashi. Unfortunately, Chi Quan Chong, who used to be a righteous comrade, had made too little progress. Although he wasn't out of the mainstream yet, the gap between him and Loanna, who had the blood of madness in her body and had comprehended more than 90% of her power, was too big. Therefore, after a few moves, Chi Quan Chong was stabbed in the back by the experienced Loanna and lost the match. Then, Zhen Yuanzhai, who said he would retire every year but still came to participate in the competition every year, and lived so long that people thought he was already in his coffin, stepped onto the field. He fought Loanna, whose aura was a little unstable because of the blood she had seen, and it felt like she could erupt with ultimate power or dark power at any time. The result was needless to say. He was beaten out of the field by the half-crazy Loanna and lost the competition. If he didn't use his rich experience to dodge the knife at the last moment, he might have ended up like Shikuni Takashi and seen blood today. At this point, the Superpower Team, who clearly had the strength to advance further, lost the competition because of Shikuni Takashi's actions. But then again, if Zhen Yuanzhai had properly arranged the order of appearance, this result wouldn't have happened. Perhaps Athena would have directly defeated all 3 of them and advanced to the next round. After the competition ended, the 2 teams returned to their respective hotels to rest. Then, in the afternoon, the battle between the Avengers and the Inferno Band officially began in a certain Haiban city in Mexico. It was worth mentioning that Charmy, 7 Cap Society, and Chris were all acting normal. They didn't have the dark aura of 3 of the 4 heavenly kings of the Serpent Clan. It was as if they hadn't awakened yet. But Sei Ito, as Charmy's man, knew that this was all just an illusion, because their real bodies were using the separation technique to collect the spiritual power needed for the resurrection of Orochi. "Are you all ready?" the staff sent by the organizer of the King of Fighters tournament asked the 2 teams. On the Avengers' side, Billy was silent and looked at the three members of the Inferno Band with a cold face. Mary stretched her arms high and stretched her body. Yamazaki Ryuji smiled crazily and stared at Charmy with an evil look in his eyes. In short, no one paid any attention to the staff. On the Inferno Band's side, Nanaka Society nodded politely at the staff. At this moment, the staff members' impression of the Inferno Band multiplied. Unfortunately, this wasn't a competition like football or basketball, but a fighting convention with death permit. He couldn't take advantage of these favorable impressions to favor one side over the other. Then, the competition officially begins. Both sides, please send out your first contestants, the staff, who had officially become the referee and host, said loudly. Let me say this. Although Charmy had returned to her normal appearance because of the separation technique, awakening was awakening, and the change in her personality couldn't be changed back. So, Charmy, who was filled with violent emotions, took the initiative to ask. Okay, be careful, Nanaka Society nodded in agreement. Charmy, be careful, Chris said. Charmy nodded slightly and walked to the center of the field, swaying her waist. Seeing Charmy's appearance, Yamazaki Ryuji, who had unconsciously licked his lips, said, I want this woman. Then, without waiting for Mary and Billy to say anything, he walked out of the team and entered the field. Since it's our first meeting, I'll be gentle. Charmy's eyes, which were covered by her bangs, narrowed slightly and said softly with a gentle smile on her face. Yamazaki Ryuji, who had his left hand in his pocket, laughed evilly and said, That's great. My dick is thirsty. Why don't we just stop fighting and find a place to have some fun? Nanaka Society's eyes flashed with a fierce light when they heard Yamazaki Ryuji's words. Competition, begin. At this moment the referee announced loudly. Come on, woman. Yamazaki Ryuji took out his left hand and raised it to rub his right shoulder. Then, he shook his neck and said with a scornful expression. Then I won't hold back, Charmy said with a light smile. After saying that, she pressed her body and rushed to Yamazaki Ryuji's front as if there was an invisible propeller behind her. She reached out and hooked his neck. Then, she turned her body upside down and pressed down on Yamazaki Ryuji's body with all her strength. Charmy's heavy cannon. Bang! As expected, Yamazaki Ryuji, who couldn't defend himself in time, fell heavily to the ground. Charmy jumped up and jumped away from Yamazaki Ryuji's body. Damn it! Yamazaki Ryuji quickly got up from the ground, shook his head, and cursed with hatred. Then, a fierce light flashed in his eyes and he quickly rushed toward Charmy. When Yamazaki Ryuji rushed in front of her, Charmy immediately took a step forward to meet him. Then, she turned around and circled behind Yamazaki Ryuji. She wrapped her arms around his thick waist and used the arch throw to smash Yamazaki Ryuji's head to the ground. Yamazaki Ryuji quickly covered his ears with his hands to prevent his head from touching the ground. Charmy let go of her hands and turned around. She reached out and grabbed Yamazaki Ryuji's collar. Then, she flipped him upside down and threw him to the ground again. Bang! Chapter 1624. P.S. Thank you to Red Knight and Super High School Level Conflict for their precious monthly vote. Thank you to NXCX and Instant Potato for their rewards. Then, without waiting for Yamazaki Ryuji to get up, Charmy, who had returned to the ground, jumped up, bent her legs, and used her knees to hit Yamazaki Ryuji's chest. Bam! As expected, Yamazaki Ryuji was hit head-on, and his eyes widened in pain. Charmy turned around and stood up again. Hey, get up and play with me for a while. Charmy provoked with a happy and slightly dissatisfied tone. Bitch, I'm going to kill you. As the former leader of the Mafia, Yamazaki Ryuji had never been treated like this by a woman. He immediately shouted angrily and kicked Charmy. Charmy jumped up and spun to kick Yamazaki Ryuji. Charmy spinning jump kick. Charmy opened and closed her legs, kicking Yamazaki Ruji's body one after another. Yamazaki Ruji took advantage of the backward movement to roll back and dodge. Seeing this, Charmy rushed over again. Snake fist. In an instant, Yamazaki Ruji's left hand turned into an afterimage and whipped towards Charmy. Pa! Charmy stopped and raised her arm to block. Yamazaki Ruji, who had retracted his attack, did not show any mercy. He rubbed his feet on the ground and used a mysterious force to rub out a pile of fine sand on the hard cement floor. He then raised his foot and kicked at Charmy's face. Quench! Sparks and dust flew into the air. Charmy raised her hand as if she was adjusting her hair. She dodged. However, at this moment, Yamazaki Ruji, who had a dagger in his hand, quickly rushed towards her with one hand waving the dagger horizontally. Charmy fell backwards. With one arm on the ground, she raised her legs high. Taking advantage of the moment when Yamazaki Ruji's attack missed, she clamped his neck and threw Yamazaki Ruji to the ground. Bam! Charmy did not stop moving. She quickly got up and moved behind Yamazaki Ruji's back. She grabbed his waist with both hands and threw the dazed Yamazaki Ruji to the ground again. Bang! It's so boring, Charmy pouted as she hugged her chest tightly with her arms to make her breasts look even fuller. Gulp. The referee who was watching from the side. The audience subconsciously swallowed a mouthful of saliva. After 3 to 4 seconds of silence, Yamazaki Ruji, who had recovered from the shock of his brain, shook his head violently and stood up from the ground. Ah! Then, Yamazaki Ruji screamed crazily and jumped up from the ground. He stretched out one arm and grabbed Charmy. Seeing this, Charmy's eyes flashed coldly under her bangs, and she unleashed her strength as well. First, she leaped back, dodging Yamazaki Ruji's attack. Then she came up to Yamazaki Ruji's side and pressed down on Yamazaki Ruji's shoulder to stand upside down. Instilling power into Yamazaki Ruji's body, his body stiffened instinctively. Then, he turned over and landed on Yamazaki Ruji's back. He stretched out his hands, hugged Yamazaki Ruji's waist, and threw him to the ground. Bang! A violent muffled sound rang out. Killing skill, Charmy's big flash. Next, Charmy straightened her body and tightened her arms with an even more powerful force. Crack! The crisp sound of bones being dislocated faintly rang in everyone's ears. This was the continuous part of the sure kill skill. It was also at this time that Charmy's sure kill skill was completed. Then, Charmy let go and stood up from the ground. She turned around and squatted down in front of Yamazaki Ruji, whose neck and waist bones were both dislocated. She bent down and whispered in a voice that only the two of them could hear, "Stop messing around, hurry up and awaken, or else we'll have to kill you ourselves." "What did you say?" Yamazaki Ruji, who was dizzy, asked subconsciously. "Nothing." Charmy chuckled, then stood up and kicked Yamazaki Ruji's face without hesitation. Bam! The huge impact immediately knocked Yamazaki Ruji unconscious. "Referee, you can announce it now." Charmy turned her head and said in a greasy voice. "Oh, the winner is contestant Charmy of the Hellband." The referee swallowed his saliva and announced loudly. "Wow. Good. Cool." The foreign audience at the side cheered enthusiastically. Charmy waved to the audience and turned back to the team. "Sister Charmy, what did you say to that guy just now?" Chris asked curiously. "Nothing, I just told him to wake up quickly and not mess around like he is now." Charmy chuckled. Then, she looked at Yamazaki Ruji, who was called by the organizers in advance, and said softly, "But I didn't expect that there would be such a disgusting guy in this reincarnation. It's really disappointing. Didn't you say that he hasn't awakened yet? Maybe after he awakens, he will become better." Shiga explained softly. Charmy curled her lips, obviously not believing that Yamazaki Ruji could become better. Then, the two of them did not say anything and quietly waited for the end of the break time. 5 minutes was not a long time. In the blink of an eye, it was time for the competition again. Contestants from both sides, please come to the stage. The referee said loudly. Charmy ran her hand through her hair, swayed her waist, and walked into the arena. Opposite her, Mary, who was wearing a pair of blue trousers and a red sleeveless shirt that exposed her waist, also walked out of the team and entered the arena. I hope you won't be like that guy, who can't take a beating. Charmy laughed. Humph, Mary responded with a cold snort. The referee looked at the two of them and announced loudly, "Competition, start." As soon as she finished speaking, Mary immediately started running. Then, she jumped up halfway and kicked Charmy away. Charmy smiled slightly. She jumped into the air, lay down on her side, and kicked at Mary with her legs slightly apart. Bang! Mary, who was kicked head-on, rolled and landed on the ground. Then, after squatting, she slid along the ground and continued to kick at Charmy. Charmy dodged lightly and dodged with her arms. Then, she grabbed Mary's shoulder with one hand and used it as a fulcrum to fall to the ground and spread her legs wide. Like two blades of scissors, she fiercely clamped Mary's neck and twisted her body to throw her to the ground. Mary, who did not want her neck to be broken, also twisted her body. Bang! Charmy and Mary both fell to the ground. Then, Charmy quickly stood up, jumped up, and used her knee to press against Mary's chest. Because Mary had turned around, she did not suffer much damage from the fall. She quickly turned over and laid down, raised her leg, and kicked out. Bang! Charmy was kicked back, and the knee landed in the air. Mary pulled back her legs and closed them together. Then, she swept toward Charmy. Charmy jumped up, laid down horizontally, and used her shoulder to hit Mary's body. Mary was hit, and her upper body instinctively leaned back. Charmy did not give up and stretched out her arms. Like a performance on a stage, she once again hit Mary's head, forcing her to lean back. Then, she used all the strength in her body and used her ultimate skill, Charmy's Great Flash. Charmy's arms stretched out. She grabbed Mary's shoulder and instilled strength into her body, making her body stiffen. Then, she turned over and landed behind Mary. She stretched out her arms and hugged her waist, then she turned around and threw her to the ground. Bang! However, just when the audience thought that Charmy would continue to raise her body to oppress Mary like she did with Yamazaki Ruji and create joint dislocation, the aura that had just weakened erupted from Charmy's body with an even stronger momentum. Then, Charmy, who was still holding her waist, twisted her body, stood up, and once again threw Mary, who had not recovered, to the ground. Once, twice. It was not until the third time that Mary was officially thrown out. However, Charmy still did not stop here. She ran quickly again, rushed to the front of Mary, jumped up, and used her knee to press Mary's chest. Bang! Crack! Mary, who was a little confused by the continuous slamming, had a greatly reduced reaction speed. Unsurprisingly, she was hit by Charmy's knee. Then, with a series of soft sounds, her chest shattered and collapsed. Aha! Mary instinctively let out a painful groan. Charmy got up and stepped back. Mary, who had recovered from the great pain of the fracture, endured the pain in her chest, turned around, and climbed up from the ground. She panted slightly and looked at Charmy opposite her. She put her hands in front of her chest, and her 10 fingers curled slightly. Then, with 2 crisp cracking sounds, the bones were repositioned. Humph! In the great pain of the bone setting, Mary let out another groan with a pale face. Charmy looked at Mary's movements with interest. Then, Mary put down her hands and turned to the referee and said, "Referee, I admit defeat." Charmy did not expect Mary, who still had the strength to fight, to admit defeat. Charmy let out a soft sound of surprise with a strange expression. The reason why Mary admitted defeat was actually very simple. Although the reason why she came to the competition this time was to spar with the excellent grandmasters of combat from all over the world to test her skills, this was only a secondary reason. The main reason was that she had been arranged by the Interpol headquarters to monitor Yamazaki Ruji, a prisoner who had escaped from prison, and to find an opportunity to capture him. Therefore, the purpose of the competition was not very strong. Moreover, Yamazaki Ruji was out of her sight and could escape at any time. Mary did not have the heart to stay any longer. If she had not promised Billy that she would work hard to qualify for the competition when they first formed the team, she might not even have the heart to fight. Therefore, after paying the price of a broken sternum, Mary, who could be considered to have promised Billy, immediately chose to admit defeat. Oh, the winner is contestant Charmy of the Hellband, the referee announced loudly. Wow! Warm cheers once again rang out from the surrounding audience. Sorry, I tried my best. Mary, who would bring a piercing pain to her lungs every time she breathed, frowned slightly and turned to Billy beside her. Humph! Billy snorted coldly with a gloomy expression. Mary ignored Billy's expression and went straight to the doctor beside her. She asked the doctor for the hospital where Yamazaki Ruji was and asked them to send her there. After all, she was now considered to be seriously injured. Then, after waiting for more than 5 minutes, the third round between the Avengers and the Hellband began. The Hellband sent out Charmy, who had won 2 matches in a row, to deal with the captain of the Avengers, who was also the last contestant, Billy. The result was needless to say. In front of Charmy, who had 1800 years of combat experience, Billy, the Rod King, was a tragedy. Within a few minutes, he was thrown to the ground by Charmy. In the end, he also lost the competition by dislocating his neck and waist bone. He was sent to the hospital by the medical staff called in advance by the organizers. At this point, the competition between the two sides ended. The Hellband won with an absolute advantage and obtained the qualification to enter the semifinals. At the same time, the first day of the competition ended. Then, on the morning of the second day, the competition between the Japanese team and the Korean team restarted. The result was needless to say. With the help of the cheating device, Goro and the others, who were extremely strong, easily defeated the Korean team led by Kim Japon and obtained the qualification to enter the semifinals. Then, in the competition that afternoon, the Dragon Tiger Fist team crushed the American sports team in a crushing manner and won the championship. On the third day, under the influence of the protagonist's aura and the variable, that was Itose, the female fighting team easily defeated the heavily injured Shingo Yabuki and entered the semifinals. In this way, the teams that entered the semifinals were all selected. They were the Brazilian mercenary team, the Hellband, the Japanese team, the Dragon Tiger Fist team, the new female fighting team, and the special team of Iori Yagami that entered the semifinals directly with a special invitation letter. And 3 days later, they would be selected for the semifinals in the stadium in Tokyo, Japan. Its pulse is getting more and more obvious. In a mansion in the suburbs of Tokyo, Iris, who was wearing a pink dress and a red short-sleeved jacket, suddenly said softly, "Can you feel how long it will take for it to awaken?" Seito asked. Iris closed her eyes and used her unique sense of touch as the planet spirit to comprehend the world. After a while, Iris opened her eyes and said softly, "It's almost reaching the critical point. As for when it will awaken, it depends on its will and the actions of its subordinate." Seito understood the original plot and the meaning behind Iris' words. He nodded and didn't say anything. After that, Itose, Iris, and C, who was flipping through a gourmet magazine, stayed in the living room for a while. Then, they got up one after another and returned to their bedrooms to rest. Needless to say, C naturally slept with Seito. Time flew, and 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Chapter 1625. P.S. This chapter is a bit messy. No matter how I write it, it doesn't feel right. It's like I don't know how to write it. So please forgive me. Without a sound, a thin blanket silently slid down from a curvy, fair-skinned body that looked exceptionally alluring. Charmy stood up and walked slowly to the wardrobe. She opened the wardrobe and took out the clothes she was going to wear today. At the same time, Seito, who was also naked, sat up and leaned his back against the bedside table. He turned his head and admired Charmy's seductive movements as she put on her clothes. After a moment of silence, Seito couldn't help but ask, "I didn't expect you to ask me to come over last night. Aren't you afraid that it will affect today's competition?" "The outcome has been decided. It doesn't matter if it affects or not," Charmy, who was putting on her clothes, said softly. Seito, who knew Charmy's identity and what she was doing now, raised his eyebrows. "Also, this is my last gift to you." Charmy turned around and looked at Seito and said softly, "I believe that this will definitely not be your last gift," Seito retorted calmly and affirmatively. Charmy's mouth twitched slightly, revealing a strange smile that was both gentle and disdainful. She didn't say anything else, because in her mind, no matter what happened next, she definitely wouldn't see Seito again. "You can find a place to eat breakfast," Charmy, who had finished tidying up her appearance, said casually as she turned around and walked to the bedroom door. "I know," Seito responded with a slight nod. Then, Charmy's figure disappeared from the room. Not long after, bang! The sound of the door closing faintly came from outside the room. After sitting on the bed for a while, Seito tossed the blanket aside and stood up. "The King of Fighters is held every year, but there's no champion every year. The big boss behind the scenes, on the other hand, keeps popping up year after year. I have to say, the King of Fighters tournament is indeed a tragedy." As he walked to the bathroom, he said with a smile on his face, "Bang!" After entering the bathroom, Ito-sei closed the door and walked to the bathtub on the side. He took the shower head and turned it on to wash his body. Hua! Messy noises echoed in the bathroom. At about 10:15 a.m., after a long-winded announcement, the semi-finals of the King of Fighters tournament officially began. "Let's welcome the Brazilian mercenaries. And the contestants of the Rookie Girl fighting team, come on!" The host shouted loudly. That's right, it was the Brazilian mercenary team and the new female Grandmaster of Combat team, not the Brazilian mercenary team and Hell's Band as expected. The reason for this was that the semi-finals this time was not like the previous one, where two teams that appeared close to each other were directly matched against each other. Instead, the teams were drawn into groups again. As a result, the Brazilian mercenary team met the Rookie Girl fighting team, the Japanese team met the Dragon Tiger Fist team, and Hell's Band met Iori Yagami, who was fighting alone. That was why the current situation was created. However, judging from the situation of the teams, no matter how one looked at it, it felt like they were being deliberately manipulated by someone. "Ah! My Shiranui! My Shiranui! King! King! Chizuru Kagura! Chizuru Kagura! Clark! Clark!" Amidst the enthusiastic cheers of the contestants' supporters, Clark, Ralph, and Loana of the Brazilian mercenary team, and my Shiranui, King, and Chizuru Kagura of the Rookie Girl fighting team walked into the stadium one after another. Then, the two teams separated. They walked to the platform built in the middle of the stadium and stood still. "Let's welcome the contestants of the two teams to the stage," the host said again. Then, Ralph, who was wearing a red headband, walked out of the team and stepped onto the stage. At the same time, my Shiranui walked out from King and Chizuru Kagura and came to the opposite side of Ralph. "Are you two ready?" asked the host, whose eyes moved back and forth between the two of them. "Of course," Ralph said with a grin. My Shiranui nodded solemnly. "Then, let the game begin," the host announced loudly. As soon as he finished speaking, Ralph rushed toward my Shiranui. But at the same time, my Shiranui threw out the paper fan in her hand after a few minutes of competition, under the guidance of Seito. My Shiranui, who had made great progress in all her abilities and reached the ultimate level of strength, easily defeated Ralph, the veteran team member, and won the first game. The winner is my Shiranui of the Rookie Girl Fighting Team. The host announced loudly. My Shiranui! My Shiranui! Her supporters were also very cooperative and shouted loudly. Then, after a 5-minute break, my Shiranui fought with Clark, the number 2 player of the Brazilian mercenary team. Although Clark's close combat skills were very sharp, compared with my Shiranui's dexterity, it was still a lot worse. So naturally, Clark, who was restrained, followed in Ralph's footsteps and was defeated by my Shiranui. Then, my Shiranui met her third opponent, Loana, who had been a little strange recently. Gakura, look at that girl. At the same time, in a special passage in the stadium, Charmy touched Shurche, who was standing beside her, and whispered, That's right, she does have the same blood flowing in her body. Shurche looked seriously at Loana, who was fighting fiercely with my Shiranui, and nodded seriously. And judging from her state, she is on the verge of awakening. Do you want to wake her up now? Charmy's lips curled into a dangerous smile as she spoke in a low voice. Forget it. Our Lord will wake up soon. Don't let her ruin our plan. Shurche shook his head slightly. Charmy nodded. She didn't say anything. Ultimate Strength, 5% Ninja B. At this time, my Shiranui gave a low shout in the arena. A strong force, which was so powerful that all the fighters present were shocked, burst out from her body and turned into red fox fire, which wrapped my Shiranui's body and attacked Loana on the opposite side with her. Loana, who was rushing forward, changed her expression and quickly stopped, crossing her hands in front of her body. Boom! The next moment, my Shiranui's body hit Loana's body hard. Flames surged and burned Loana's whole body. Loana fell backward and flew out. Bang! Huff! Huff! My Shiranui, who had released her killing move, stood in place and gasped gently. What kind of power is that? It's definitely not the ultimate strength. Is it a new power? It's similar to a power that my father has comprehended. Mr. Chai Zhou. Yes. While my Shiranui was gasping for breath, such a discussion sounded among the Dragon Tiger Fist team, the Korean team, and the Japanese team. I didn't expect my Shiranui to have mastered such power. At the edge of the arena, King shook his head and said with a wry smile. Also? Chizuru Kagura turned to look at King beside her and said in surprise, Have you mastered this power too? Yes. King nodded slightly. He didn't say much. But in her mind, she suddenly remembered the days when she practiced with Sei Ito and broke through the limit to obtain the ultimate strength. Chizuru Kagura saw this and didn't ask any more questions. She turned her head and looked back at the arena. At this time, the fox fire went out. Loana's clothes were burned in many places, and her skin was gray and black. She was sitting on the arena with her arms crossed, her head lowered, and her body trembling violently. He looked as if he was enduring something. Waves of chaotic aura were constantly being emitted from her body. Referee. We admit defeat. At this moment, Clark and Ralph hurriedly ran up to the ring and said to the referee anxiously, The winner is the new female Grandmaster of Combat Team. The host announced in a timely manner. Ralph and Clark ignored the surrounding noises and hastily covered Loana's body with a blue-patterned cloak. Together, they helped her up from the ground and carried her out of the gymnasium without saying a word. Chizuru Kagura looked thoughtfully at Loana and the other two, leaving quickly. Yay! We won. Sister King, we won. My Shiranui ran to King and said with a happy face. King chimed in with a happy look on his face. Then, as if remembering something, my Shiranui suddenly said, By the way, I need to call Cheng and tell him the good news. King's heart skipped a beat when she heard this, but she agreed with a smile. Next, let's welcome the representative team of Japan and the representative team of Dragon Tiger Fist. The host paused for a moment, then announced loudly again. As soon as the announcement was made, Kyo Kusanagi, Daimon Goro, Hanamaru, Itazaki Ryo, Robert, and Yukari Itazaki walked out of the arena amidst the audience's enthusiastic cheers and stood on both sides of the arena. "Let's welcome the contestants from both teams to the arena," the host said. Daimon Goro stepped out of the crowd and stepped into the arena. Seeing Daimon Goro enter the arena, Itazaki Ryo of Dragon Tiger Fist changed his team's order and stepped into the arena as the starter. "Are the two of you ready?" the host asked as he looked back and forth between the two contestants. Daimon Goro and Itazaki Ryo nodded in unison, indicating that they could begin. "Let the match begin," the host announced loudly. Because they were old rivals, both sides were very wary of each other's strength. Therefore, both sides did not launch a strong attack on each other at the beginning of the match. Instead, they moved very slowly, looking for an opportunity to attack in the confrontation. Then, after 5 or 6 minutes, just as the audience was starting to get impatient and started to hiss, the two of them roared in unison and launched an attack on each other. Chapter 1626. KO. The winner is the Japanese team, the host announced in an excited voice. After a fierce battle, Daimon Goro and Itazaki Ryo, who were relatively close in strength, left the stage in a draw. Then, they were replaced by Hanamaru and Robert. Unlike Daimon Goro and Itazaki Ryo, the gap between them was obvious. Therefore, Robert won the battle with a slight advantage. However, his body was numbed and paralyzed by Hanamaru's lightning power, and his strength was greatly reduced. Kyo Kusanagi, who had the protagonist aura, left the stage in a perfect KO. Then, Yuri Itazaki got onto the stage. However, in terms of strength, the gap between her and Kyo Kusanagi, who had the protagonist aura, was too big. Moreover, Kyo Kusanagi had the support of his fire power. Therefore, after a few moves, her clothes were burned by Kyo Kusanagi's fire, and she had no choice but to lose the match. Then, the Inferno Band and Iori Yagami left the stage. "Let's welcome the contestants," the host announced loudly. "Let me fight this round, Sister Charmy, and Brother Seven Cap Society." Chris stopped the two of them and requested. Hearing this, Shiga and Charmy exchanged a look and frowned slightly. "I know this match is very important. We need to trigger the blood of madness in his body to create chaos for our Lord's awakening." "Believe me, I can do it," Chris said seriously. "All right, I'll leave this match to you." 7+ Society looked at Chris seriously and nodded in agreement. Chris, who had a face that resembled a girl's, smiled. He quickly ran onto the stage and stood in front of Iori Yagami, who was already standing in the stage. "Are you ready? Are you ready?" the host asked. "It's done," Chris replied. Iori Yagami didn't say anything, but his meaning was clear. "I'm ready. Match start." Seeing that the two were ready, the host announced in a loud voice. The moment he said that, Chris rushed toward Iori Yagami. "Kuu-kuu." Iori Yagami waved his hand sideways, and a mysterious faint purple flame quickly burned toward Chris along the ground. Chris jumped up, and while dodging Kuu-kuu's flame, he kicked at Iori Yagami. Iori Yagami spun and flew up, leaving a trail of fire behind him. It lingered around his body. Ghost burn. Bang. Unsurprisingly, Chris was swept back to the ground. Chris, who had fallen to the ground, wasn't discouraged. He immediately turned over and crouched down. Supporting his body with his hands, he kicked Iori Yagami's calf, who had just fallen to the ground. Bang! Iori Yagami tilted his body and fell to the ground. Then, Iori Yagami placed one hand on the ground. Similarly, he kicked out with both legs. Chris, who had just finished his attack, was immediately sent flying. After finishing his attack, Yagami stood up and threw out another swanny. Chris also got up from the ground and leaped into the air. Then, he turned into an afterimage and landed obliquely on the ground. Then, he dashed forward and appeared in front of Iori Yagami, leaving an afterimage behind. He pushed Iori Yagami's abdomen with his palm. Iori Yagami slid past Chris and came behind him, grabbing Chris's waist with his left hand. Reverse peel. Puff. With a muffled sound, blood spurted out from Chris's back. Then, he grunted and staggered a few steps forward. Iori Yagami turned around. Once again, he threw out a pie. Chris's little face flashed with anger, and his expression turned ferocious. However, he still suppressed it. He didn't immediately recall his separated god soul and turn it into black flame Chris. Instead, he dashed forward and got out of the range of the Swanee's flame. However, at this moment, a powerful aura burst out from Iori Yagami's body. Then, Iori Yagami rushed to Christian's side at an extremely fast speed, waving his arms and scratching Christian's body crazily. Ultimate technique, Yagami girl. Then, blood spurted out from Chris's body. Seeing that Chris was injured, Charmy's murderous aura burst out uncontrollably. If Iori Yagami hadn't put his hand on her shoulder, Charmy would have rushed into the arena and attacked Iori Yagami. If we don't stop him, Chris will explode. Charmy barely suppressed the murderous aura in her heart. Then, she turned her head and looked at Iori Yagami with a cold expression. Since we can't stop him, let him explode. After all, our master has collected enough energy. We're just doing something extra to make things go smoother, Iori Yagami said faintly. Unfortunately, someone took Kadatama Haim away before we did anything. Otherwise, we wouldn't have to do this, Iori Yagami said regretfully as he shook his head. Boom. As soon as he finished speaking, an explosive sound rang out from the arena. Then, under the impact of the purple flames that had yet to completely dissipate, Chris's body fell from high up in the air. Bam! Iori Yagami stood still and looked at Chris quietly. 10, 9, 8, 7. After a few seconds, the referee began to count down. 6, 5, 4. Chris didn't move anymore. 3, 2. At this moment, a mysterious aura was released from Chris's body. Sensing the aura released from Chris's body, Iori Yagami frowned slightly. This was because under the influence of that aura, he could clearly feel that the blood in his body was rapidly becoming active, and it was emitting waves of crazy thoughts that attacked his consciousness. 1. Before the referee could read out the number, Chris stood up straight like a zombie. His head was lowered and he kept it low. The referee stopped and continued to preside over the match. Whoosh! Amidst a clear whistling sound, a towering purple flame suddenly appeared around Chris, enveloping him. Seeing this purple flame, Iori Yagami's expression changed completely. Chizuru Kagami and Kyo Kusanagi, who were watching his match in the special channel, also changed their expressions. It's the Orochi clan! Chizuru Kagami exclaimed. Hearing Chizuru Kagami's words, King and Mai Shiranui's expressions also changed. Then, Chizuru Kagami hurriedly took out her mobile phone and ordered the staff to evacuate. At this moment, the flames disappeared. Chris raised his head and spread out his hands, and 2 more purple flames shot out from his palms. Iori Yagami, Chris, who was no longer as innocent as before, called out in a deep voice with a dark and evil look on his face. The Orochi clan. Iori Yagami said in a deep voice. Attention, ladies and gentlemen. We've just received news that a bomb has been planted in the stadium. Please follow the staff's instructions and leave immediately. I repeat. A gentle female voice sounded from the loudspeaker in the stadium. Bomb. Help! After the initial shock, the crowd was completely panicked. Fortunately, the staff was there to guide them this time. Even though it was chaotic, there was still some order. It wasn't as chaotic as it was in the last competition where there were stampedes and injuries. It seems that the woman from the Artifact clan is taking action. Hearing the announcement from the loudspeaker, Charmy chuckled. Let's go! Shiga said mildly. Okay. With that, the two of them summoned their godly souls back. Shiga lowered his body and let out a ferocious roar. Charmy raised her arms high and looked up as if she was holding something up. Then, she let out a yell. Almost instantly, two powerful dark forces erupted from Charmy and Shiga, cracking the ground and creating a horrifying scene, as if it was the end of the world. The powerful dark presence quickly spread throughout the stadium. Then, Shiga, who had reverted to his Dark King form, and Charmy jumped onto the arena and surrounded Iori Yagami with Chris. Iori! At this moment, a female yell sounded, and Chizuru Kagami, Kyo Kusanagi, and his teammates Daimon Goro and Hanamaru rushed out of the passage and came onto the arena. As for Itazaki Yoshi, Robert, Mai Shiranui, and King, they stayed off the stage and didn't join in the fun. However, despite their good intentions, an accident forced them to participate in this matter. At this moment, with a series of muffled sounds, Ralph, who was vomiting blood, fell out of a broken door. Then, under the influence of the dark presence, Loanna, who had completely fallen into madness, rushed out of the room and continued to attack Ralph. Clark followed her out of the room and hugged Loanna's body. Please help us. Otherwise, we may all die here. Clark, whose veins were bulging on his arms, asked Mai Shiranui and the others, whose attention was drawn to him. Mai Shiranui, King, Itazaki Yuri, and Itazaki Yoshi looked at each other and ran toward them one after another. However, at this moment Loanna roared, and the dark force in her body burst out violently, sending Clark, who was hugging her, flying. The expressions of Mai Shiranui and the others changed slightly, and they attacked Loanna at the same time. At the same time, in the stadium, the three godly artifacts and the three heavenly kings confronted each other. Now that everyone is here, let's start our feast. Shiga chuckled. Then, he squatted down and punched the ground of the stadium. Then, in the next moment, a huge strange pattern suddenly appeared under everyone's feet. It bloomed with silver-blue light and soared into the sky, forming a light pillar that enveloped everyone. The pillar of light lasted for 5 to 6 seconds before it suddenly exploded, revealing the situation inside. Chapter 1627. P.S. Thanks to Insect Kill Potato for the tip. Charmy, Shiga, Chris, Kyo Kusanagi, Iori Yagami, and Chizuru Kaguro were nowhere to be seen. Only Daimon Goro and Nikamaru were left staring blankly at the empty arena. Damn it! Hanamaru cursed angrily. Although Daimon Goro didn't directly express his emotions like Hanamaru, his frowning eyebrows and slightly gloomy face also showed that he was not in a good mood. Meanwhile, Charmy, Chizuru Kagura, and the others, who had disappeared, appeared in a strange space. The space was very large. It was not clear how large it was, but the environment was very harsh. The entire space was filled with powerful dark energy, and the destructive lightning evolved from the dark energy was rumbling through the space. It was like the end of the world. Other than that, there would be violent earthquakes from time to time on the ground that looked like the ruins of an ancient building that they were standing on, making Kyo Kusanagi, Iori Yagami, and Chizuru Kagura, who were not used to it, tremble. Boom! Pop! Right at this moment, a bolt of lightning struck the ground in front of the three divine artifacts, creating a fist-sized crater. This is... Looking at the surroundings, Chizuru Kagura's expression couldn't help but become serious. This is the mystic realm where my clan lived 1,800 years ago. It is also where our master's temporary residence is located. The 7+ Society said calmly. Do you see these broken walls and tiles? That is the destruction caused by the battle between our race and your ancestors 1,800 years ago. Hearing the words of the Shiga Society, Chizuru Kagura's expression changed. As the descendant of the Yamagata clan who was in charge of the seal, Chizuru Kagura, who was well versed in her family's history, understood the significance of this palace. It was not only the altar needed for the serpent to descend, but it was also the core of the entire seal. If there was a fierce battle here, the aftermath of the battle was likely to break the ancient seal and release the serpent. It seems that you've understood, Miko-sama. Chizuru Kagura's expression suddenly changed. Shiga chuckled. What's going on? Kyo Kusanagi asked in a deep voice. Chizuru Kagura didn't hide anything and told him everything she knew. After listening to Chizuru Kagura's explanation, Kyo Kusanagi frowned. I don't care if it's sealed or not. I'll do my best in the upcoming battle, Iori Yagami said calmly. Nunnery! Chizuru Kagura called out with a headache. Iori Yagami ignored Chizuru's call. Don't you know that if the serpent revives, the three of you will die as well? With a helpless expression, Chizuru Kagura turned her attention back to the Shikaka Society, Charmy, and Chris. He said in a deep voice. It was obvious that she was planning to use their lives as a reason to make them hesitate. Our lives were given by the Lord, and it is our honor to return to the embrace of the Lord. Besides, we've already expected this day to come, and we've already prepared for it. There's no need for a witch like you to worry. Chris, who had been wearing a gloomy expression, said. Chizuru Kagura didn't know what to say to the three who were determined to sacrifice themselves. In that case, we'll have to stop you with force, Chizuru Kagura said with a gloomy expression after a short pause. As soon as she said that, Kyo Kusanagi and Iori Yagami got into their battle postures. You should have done this long ago. Shiga laughed. Leave this guy to me. Chris of the Flames looked at Iori Yagami with murderous intent in his eyes. Then leave the witch to me, Charmy said with a slight smile. Charmy said softly with a gentle smile. However, contrary to her expression, her body was filled with violent, murderous intent. The murderous intent spread out without restraint. Okay. Shiga wasn't picky and fixed his gaze on Kyo Kusanagi. Let's go. With a low shout, the 6 people from both sides rushed towards the target they had chosen beforehand. In almost an instant, the battle began in this chaotic space. Fistfuls of pale purple and reddish-yellow flames, as well as violent blue-white lightning, continuously appeared in this space. However, it didn't take long for the scales of victory to tilt towards Charmy, 7 Cap Society, and Chris. After all, as the 3 heavenly kings, Charmy, 7 Jie, and Chris had mastered the power of darkness that was of a higher quality than the absolute power that the 3 divine artifacts were currently using. To a certain extent, they could suppress the 3 divine artifacts to a certain extent. Furthermore, they were currently in a special space filled with the power of darkness. The power of darkness that the 3 heavenly kings possessed was once again strengthened. It was completely reasonable for them to be able to suppress the 3 divine artifacts. However, as main characters, the 3 god equipment were no pushovers as well. With the support of the main character aura transformed from my world's power, the 3 god equipment became more and more powerful. Soon, they were forced to the limits of their power. Then, they all broke through their bottleneck and comprehended ultimate power as they roared. Then, the ultimate power activated the divine artifacts, triggering a supreme power similar to that of Alea. The 3 divine artifacts, which were about to be defeated, were able to withstand the attacks of Charmy and the other 2 heavenly kings. In the following process, the restraining power of the divine artifacts was used to suppress the 3 heavenly kings. Kyo Kusanagi, don't you want to know the whereabouts of Kita in Angshu? Shiga's eyes flashed as he suddenly spoke. What? You're the one who took Inangshu? Kyo Kusanagi stopped attacking and shouted with a face full of anger. The corner of Shiga's mouth curled up slightly. He quickly rushed to Kyo Kusanagi's side and grabbed him by the waist. Then he turned around and leaped up. He fiercely slammed Kyo Kusanagi to the ground. Bang! Then, Shiga stood up again and unleashed his dark power. Bending down, he stood alone on the ground, and a blue energy halo appeared under his feet, sending waves of energy into his body through the palm of his hand that was pressed on the ground. Then, he stood up, turned around, and punched out, shooting out a wave of energy. A blue beam of light as thick as an arm shot towards Chizuru Kagura, who was fighting Charmy not far away. She couldn't help but defend. Chizuru Kagura was hit and spat out a mouthful of blood with a pale face. She staggered back. But at this moment, a powerful dark power erupted from Charmy's body. Then, Charmy gently turned around and jumped in the air. Her body flashed with blue light as she quickly spun and rushed towards Chizuru Kagura. Sure kill skill, Destiny Phantom Vibrator. Chizuru Kagura's expression changed slightly. She immediately crossed her arms in front of her body and wrapped her body with power. Boom! The next moment the two collided. Lightning exploded and turned into countless sparks that climbed towards Chizuru Kagura and the surrounding area. It was the foundation of a zero skill. While Charmy was in a short stun due to the use of her ultimate skill, Chizuru Kagura's eyes lit up. Chizuru Kagura's eyes lit up, and she unleashed the power of the divine artifact. She lowered her body and pulled back her arms, and she thrust her palm at Charmy's dantian. Bow! Instantly, Charmy was sent flying by the explosive power of the divine artifact. Her aura dropped at an obvious speed. When she fell to the ground, she was like an ordinary person. Sister Charmy. Seeing that Charmy was in a state of shock, Lin Sanjia called out to her. Chris hurriedly yelled. However, his yell gave Iori Yagami, who hadn't been able to find a good opportunity to counterattack. Then, his aura burst out and he raised his hands up high like a lotus flower, bringing out afterimages as he rushed in front of Chris. He waved his arms and his 10 fingers like hooks, causing long and narrow wounds to appear on Chris's body. Blood spurted out from the wounds. Boom! Under the explosion of purple flames, Chris, whose body was invaded by the power of the divine artifact, screamed in pain and fell to the ground. Speak! What did you do to Snowy? After a short battle, Kyo Kusanagi stood up from the ground and glared at Shigagumi, who was the only one still standing, and questioned fiercely. She's the host chosen by our Lord, and she's now imprisoned here. If you want her to live, help us break the seal here, Shigagumi said lightly. Kyo Kusanagi's expression changed slightly, and his eyes flickered. Kyo, don't listen to him. If the seal is completely broken, Orochi will wake up immediately and Snowy, the host, will also die. Chizuru Kagura hurriedly tried to persuade Kyo Kusanagi. If you have time to persuade others, you'd better worry about yourself, Charmy, who had stood up from the ground, said coldly. Then, she endured the influence of the divine artifact's power in her body and rushed toward Chizuru Kagura. Chizuru Kagura's body split, and a phantom rushed out from her body, and with a great force pressed Charmy back to the ground. Hachi Hachi, Shigagumi. Okay, I promise you, Kyo Kusanagi said in a deep voice. Shigagumi heard this, and the corners of her mouth rose, and she smiled. Kyo! Chizuru Kagura said anxiously. Where is the seal? Kyo Kusanagi ignored Chizuru Kagura's call, and asked directly. Do you see that stone pillar? That's the fulcrum of the barrier. Shigagumi pointed at a stone pillar not far from them. There were 5 or 6 pillars like that in the entire space. Kyo Kusanagi nodded, turned around and walked toward one of the pillars. But before he could take a few steps, Kyo Kusanagi suddenly turned around and launched a fierce attack on Shigagumi. Even though Shigagumi was already on guard against him, he was still a little flustered and quickly fell into a disadvantage. What made him even more distressed was that at this time, Chizuru Kagura also left Charmy, who was basically no different from an ordinary person, and ran to his side to help Kyo Kusanagi. So after a while, Shigagumi fell to the ground under Kyo Kusanagi's attack. Tap, tap, tap. Kyo Kusanagi slowly walked over to Shiga, whose body was covered in burns from the flames of the artifact. He bent down and grabbed Shiga's collar with both hands. He glared at Shiga and asked, "Where is Snowy? Do you want to know where she is? Send me to Charmy." Shigagumi coughed up blood and said with a smile. Kyo Kusanagi stood up and dragged Shigagumi to Charmy's side as if he was dragging an inanimate object, and threw him to Charmy's side. Kyo Kusanagi said with a cold face. "Charmy." Shigagumi ignored Kyo Kusanagi's question and turned to Charmy. "What is it?" Charmy squatted down and asked. Shigagumi didn't say anything and just looked deeply at Charmy, then reached out his hands and grabbed her neck. Crack! Following that, a crisp sound was heard. Charmy's neck was broken. Perhaps Kyo Kusanagi, Chizuru Kagura, and Iori Yagami, who was watching Chris on the ground, were all surprised, perhaps because they didn't expect the Shiga Society to do this. "I'll be there soon," Shigagumi said softly. Relying on the powerful vitality of the Serpent Clan, Charmy, who still had a breath of life, smiled faintly. Then, she slowly closed her eyes and fell to the ground. Dark power began to overflow from Charmy's body and melted into the surrounding air. Shigagumi looked up at the sky and shouted, "My lord, please accept our lives." After saying that, he swung his fist and punched himself in the chest. Crack! With a crisp cracking sound, Shigagumi's chest caved in, and a broken bone pierced into his heart. His eyes widened, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. "Not good, they're making a sacrifice." Chizuru Kagura's expression changed when she heard Shiga's words. However, it was too late to do anything now. At this moment, a thick lightning bolt suddenly descended from the sky and bombarded Chris's body. Then, at the next moment, a powerful pressure spread out from the gradually dissipating light pillar. It was as if the entire world had descended. Sensing this aura, Chizuru Kagura, Kyo Kusanagi, and Iori Yagami all focused their attention on the figure that gradually appeared from the lightning bolt. "He's finally out." However, at this moment, a strange voice sounded in the space. Chizuru Kagura, Kyo Kusanagi, and Iori Yagami's expressions changed, and they all turned to look at the source of the voice. In an instant, 3 figures, 1 man and 2 women, appeared in their line of sight. Then, the man among the 3 figures stretched out his hand and summoned Charmy's corpse to his side. His hand glowed with green light, covering Charmy's body. Then, his free hand reached forward and grabbed a fingernail-sized gray ball of air. He threw it into Charmy's body. Chapter 16:28. However, the man didn't stop there. He pressed his right hand on Charmy's chest, and his palm shook slightly. Then, the man raised his hand and his 5 fingers pierced into Charmy's body like hooks. Then, he pulled out a baseball-sized white ball made of lightning and tossed it into the air. Almost as soon as the ball left his hand, it quickly rushed towards Chris, who was revealed by the lightning, and finally merged into Chris's body like water and milk. The man ignored the disappearance of the ball. He didn't do anything, but Charmy's corpse suddenly disappeared from his hand. "It's you." After seeing the man's face, Kyo Kusanagi and Chizuru Kagura frowned and yelled. Iori Yagami didn't say anything, but from his dark expression, it was obvious that he knew this man. "Seito, why are you here?" Kyo Kusanagi questioned. That's right. This man was Seito. Therefore, the identities of the other 2 women were also obvious. They were CC and Iris. "Of course, I'm here for him." Seito looked at Chris, who was half kneeling on the ground, and chuckled. Before Chizuru Kagura could say anything, a new change occurred. At this moment, Chris, who was half kneeling on the ground, suddenly stood up and floated in the air. He looked up at the void, and then a blue spirit pillar gushed out from the ground and wrapped around his body. His body quickly grew. Almost instantly, he grew from a teenager to a young man. However, at this moment, his appearance, however, had undergone an earth-shattering change. His upper body was half naked, and there was a sun-like pattern on his chest. His gray hair fluttered in the spiritual wind, and he exuded an indescribable aura. At the same time, a stronger and clearer sense of oppression spread in the air along with this aura. If it weren't for the supreme power derived from the 3 divine artifacts, they wouldn't be able to stand like this. Instead, they would have been forced to kneel on the ground by this powerful aura. They even fainted. Orochi, Chizuru Kagura called out with an ugly expression. As if awakened by her greeting, the snake opened its eyes, revealing a pair of golden pupils hidden under its eyelids. There was not the slightest bit of emotion in its pupils, as if a god was looking down at the people in the field. However, when he looked at Sei-Ito, CC, and Iris, his gaze changed drastically. "You kept your promise," the serpent said in an ethereal yet strangely charming voice. "For the things I care about. I've always been like that." Sei-Ito chuckled. Hearing the conversation between the two, Chizuru Kagura's expression became even uglier. Clearly, her heart was now filled with suspicion towards Sei-Ito, this intruder, and she was afraid that his existence would destroy their great task of sealing the spirit pearl. "Sei-Ito, who the hell are you?" Chizuru Kagura asked with an ugly expression. "Me? I'm just a passerby," Sei-Ito said with a sincere smile. "I've never heard of a passerby who has the strength to talk to Orochi face to face," Kyo Kusanagura said sarcastically with a cold expression. "That's just because you're ignorant." Sei-Ito's eyes flashed with disdain. Sei-Ito didn't try to hide this expression, so Kyo Kusanagura saw it clearly. Anger surged in his heart, stimulating the power of the divine artifact in his body to start churning. "Are you going to release Orochi as well?" Chizuru Kagura asked again in a low voice. "That's hard to say." Itomori chuckled non-committally. Then he turned his head and looked at Orochi again. He continued, "Orochi, about my previous proposal, I'll give you a chance. What do you think?" Chizuru Kagura's expression became ugly again when she saw that Sei-Ito was ignoring her. But because she wanted to get more information from the conversation between him and Orochi, she didn't say anything. Orochi didn't speak immediately. Instead, he turned his head slightly and looked at Iris, who made him feel like he was the same kind of person. "Why did you choose to follow him?" Orochi asked in a low voice. "Because he saved my planet and brought a new life to the people of this planet." Iris tilted her head and thought about why she agreed to Sei-Ito's original intention of devouring her planet, then she answered. But these words made Chizuru Kagura confused. What planet? What people? Is that woman an alien? If that's the case, then what is Itsunari? Is he also an alien? Why, as a planet's consciousness, would you agree with the existence of humans? Orochi frowned slightly when he heard this. He didn't understand why Iris, as a planet's consciousness, would do this. What? As soon as Orochi finished speaking, Chizuru Kagura's expression changed drastically as she looked at Iris in shock. She didn't expect that woman, who looked so weak, to be in existence similar to Orochi. What made her even more shocked was that she was following Sei-Ito. Then, who was Sei-Ito? And who was the other woman by his side? Of course, Kyo Kusanagi and Iori Yagami were also shocked. After the lesson of the 96 conference, they went home and briefly looked through the ancient books of their families and roughly understood what a planet's consciousness was. Why don't you agree with humans? This time, it was Iris's turn to be confused. First of all, as a human, she naturally stood on the side of humans. Second, as the descendant of the ancient species that could communicate with the planet's consciousness, she didn't feel any malice from the planet's consciousness toward humans. Instead, the planet's consciousness selflessly nurtured all living beings on the planet. Because of this, she didn't have any obvious changes in her personality after dedicating herself to the planet's consciousness. Therefore, she didn't understand the purpose of Orochi. Humans destroy nature and kill living beings. It's an evil that shouldn't exist, Orochi stated his thoughts. Chizuru Kagura, Kyo Kusanagi, and Iori Yagami trembled when they heard Orochi's words. They immediately came back to their senses and remembered their mission. Zhu hurriedly looked at the serpent vigilantly. Orochi glanced at them coldly and ignored them. He continued to look at Iris, waiting for her answer. Just as you said, humans are indeed evil. However, as living beings on this planet, they are also our children. Why should we treat them differently? Iris first acknowledged Orochi's words, then asked him a question in return. Because their existence will destroy the planet, Orochi answered straightforwardly. Then, guide them and let them know what they can and can't do, Iris retorted without hesitation. That's right. Just like the Yakuza heroes that you nurtured, you can make them your representatives on Earth and let them guide the survival and development of the people in this world. There's no need to launch such an extreme purge and wipe out all humans, Seito chimed in at the right time. Humans are insidious creatures. The serpent paused for a moment and said again. But humans also have the emotions of kindness and love, Iris retorted as well. Why don't we give humans a chance and try our method? At this moment, C, who had been silent all this while, suddenly interjected. The serpent turned its head and looked at C's body. However, C's aura that belonged to Aleya seemed to be a unique substance, and Orochi couldn't help but frown. What are you? Although there were artifacts similar to Aleya in the King of Fighters world, they weren't Aleya after all. Therefore, Orochi, who had never seen Aleya before, asked. She's the witch of the human spirit. The power in her body comes from the subconscious of humans, Seito explained. Hearing Seito's words, Chizuru and Kagura couldn't help but look at C, who had a calm expression. At the same time, it was the first time they learned that there was such a high-end existence as the human spirit other than the planet spirit. No wonder you have an aura that makes me feel disgusted. Orochi's eyes flickered slightly. Very well, I can give humans another chance, but if they continue to increase the destruction of nature, then don't blame me, Orochi said. Chizuru, who didn't expect Orochi to be convinced by Seito with just a few words, was greatly relieved. In fact, it was easy to understand the reason. As the planet spirit, Orochi was naturally full of care for the life on the planet. It was just that the humans among them were too much, so Orochi wanted to carry out a cleansing and wipe them off the planet. Now that a human spirit had come to ask for his help, and at the same time Iris, who was also a spirit of the planet, had spoken from another perspective, what was wrong with giving another chance to the life that he had given birth to, the humans, another chance? Since we're done talking about other things, let's talk about the matter between us, Seito said with a smile when Orochi stopped the cleansing. What? Orochi's eyes fell on Seito. The ownership of the world, Seito said calmly. He completely ignored Chizuru Kagura and Kyo Kusakazu, who were shocked to the point that their expressions greatly changed after hearing his words. Like her? Orochi looked at Iris and asked. Yes, Seito nodded and admitted. Tell me your reason. Orochi narrowed his eyes and said. Seito chuckled and waved his hand to create an isolated space. Then, he disappeared from Chizuru Kyo Kusakazu and Iori Yagami's sight with Orochi, Iris, and Iris. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.